TSK. Agonizing pain, like a red-hot iron, had been driven into my chest and was now being mercilessly twisted around. I gasped and snapped my eyes open. The motion pulled at the wound, and for a moment, I felt I'd slip back into unconsciousness. The last fragments of memory clinging stubbornly in my mind replayed. The flaming explosion, comrades' desperate cries, and the searing wave of heat crashing over us. I was Lin Feng, ace of China's lone wolf special forces. That mission, by all accounts, I should have died. But this? Where the hell is this? A rough wooden roof crisscrossed by aged beams met my gaze, cracks allowing faint streaks of light to filter through. The air was thick, its blend of metallic blood, pungent herbs, and damp, moldy wood clawed at my senses. Beneath me was nothing but a hard wooden platform stuffed with scratchy straw that dug into my back, itchy and painful all at once. I glanced down. Bandages, cobbled together from scraps of once white fabric, were wrapped haphazardly around my chest, crusted with dark, dried blood. The position, right where my heart was. Grimacing, I exhaled a shaky breath, cursing under it. Quiet but sharp. It did nothing to ease the sheer, suffocating frustration. Asterisk, what kind of godforsaken opening is this? I survive a battlefield under heavy fire, only to wake up oddly transplanted and racked with agony like this. Asterisk. And suddenly, like an uncontrollable tide, unfamiliar fragments of memory surged into my mind. Memories that weren't my own. The original owner of this body? He was also Lin Feng, a scout for the Northern Frontier Army of the Daiqian dynasty. 3 days ago, during a retreat, he'd been speared clean through the chest while covering his comrades. The military medics, concluding he wouldn't make it, dumped him in this dilapidated shack to await death. And me? A 21st century Special Forces soldier? The moment he died, I somehow crossed over. An uninvited guest, taking his body right as its original owner drew his last breath. All right, fine. If it's a rebirth, it's a rebirth, I muttered hoarsely, trying to find a sliver of humor in the absurd. At the very least, I'm still breathing. Barely. Feverish and with a festering chest wound, this frail body felt more like a prison, as though it wouldn't hold out past today. The groaning creak of what sounded as the doorway was shoved open with force. Harsh sunlight flooded the room, forcing me to squint against it. 2 soldiers stepped in, armored in tattered leather that reeked of dampness and rusted with neglect. Their contempt for me was evident in every sneer and glance. The first to walk in was a burly oaf with a face full of coarse features, holding his nose as though the stench inside was unbearable. "Well, hey now, tough little bastard, aren't you?" he sneered, surveying me like one might a half-dead dog. "Still kicking, huh? Impressive." A tall, scrawnier man trailing behind him chuckled meanly. "Leave it, Brother Zhang. He's as good as dead anyway. General said this kid earned enough merit for his bravery to cash in for something nice. 3 of the prisoners' women thrown his way. You know, so he can enjoy himself a little before he croaks. What kind of fun can a walking corpse like him even manage?" The burly fellow spat onto the floor next to me, disgust evident on his face as his gaze swept over my frail state. I'd say those 3 wenches must be cursed as hell, drawing the short straw to serve a dying trash heap like him. He turned toward the doorway and spat out something vulgar, barking at someone outside. The gist? Hurry the hell up and get in here already. Moments later, 3 trembling figures were forcibly shoved into the room. The sight of them narrowed my pupils. These weren't just vague shadows or objects. They were people. Women, to be exact. All 3 clad in coarse prison cloth, hair unkempt and faces smudged with grime. Yet even through the dirt and disorder, their striking beauty was undeniable. Leading the trio was a tall woman with a commanding presence, fire blazing in her phoenix eyes. Her stance was straight-backed, unyielding. Only the trembling of her clenched fists betrayed her rage. The second figure was shorter, more delicate, her head bowed as sparkling tears quivered on her long lashes. Everything about her screamed of a skittish deer startled in headlights. Lastly was a serene woman with a calm, ethereal demeanor, a soft, oval-shaped face pale as moonlight and eyes that gleamed with steady resolve. Unlike the others, her gaze fixed immediately on my injured chest, brows furrowing faintly, a trace of compassion only a healer might carry. These were asterisk my wives? Asterisk. My brain stuttered to a halt. Back in the modern era, I died single and unattached. And now, in this twisted leap across time, I somehow landed directly in the starting position of a husband, with not one, not two, but asterisk 3 wives. Asterisk. But this so-called jackpot, no matter how I looked at it, it stank of sorrow and despair, dripping in mockery. Here you go, your reward. Burly Jean clapped his hands, a sick grin stretching across his face as he watched the 3 women stand unsteady before me. His gaze lingered far too long on the tallest one, his Adam's apple bobbing as he took her in. Guffawing, he shamelessly stepped closer to her, reaching out with a hand as rough as sandpaper. Come now, don't be shy, doll. What are you so scared of? That husband of yours over there has 1 foot in the grave already. Once he's gone, you and I'll get lost. Her sharp, icy voice cut through the air like a blade as she jerked her head away from his reach. The venom in her eyes could have frozen fire. Zhang's smile dropped like a stone, replaced in an instant by a scowl. He spat a string of colorful profanities, accusing her of being an ungrateful harlot still clinging to delusions of grandeur, as if she were still some spoiled general's daughter. Asterisk somebody asterisk s gotta tame you, he sneered darkly. So you'd better believe Uncle Zhang's doing you a favor by checking the goods ahead of your sorry excuse of a husband. His filthy hand shot toward the front of her shabby tunic. Stop. The word was soft, yet laced with frost. Zhang paused mid-motion as if the word had physically stopped him. Slowly, disbelieving, he turned to look at me, his face twisting between amazement and incredulity. What the hell did you just say, brat? He barked, spittle flying. Say that again, I dare you. Gritting my teeth against the protesting pain this body offered, I used my elbows to push myself upright. Even this simple action sent icy beads of sweat rolling down my temples. But my gaze, that sharp, unyielding light, it wasn't the gaze of a dead man. It wasn't dulled by despair or ignorance of impending death. No, if anything, it gleamed cold, so cold it was dangerous. Quietly lethal, like shadows retreating into the night just before striking. I said, take your filthy hand off of her. Each word fell from my mouth like a hammer's blow. Silence. Being stared at by those eyes. Zhang San felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine and subconsciously took a half-step back. But he quickly snapped out of it. Was he, a grown man, actually frightened by someone on the brink of death? Rage and embarrassment flushed his face. With a vicious sneer, he spat out a cruel threat, essentially insinuating he'd stomp me to death. You're welcome to try, I replied, my lips curling into a cold smirk. Let's see if you stomp me into the ground first, or if I snap your neck before you even get the chance. My tone was soft, almost casual, yet the temperature in the woodshed seemed to drop a few degrees. The 3 women stared at me in stunned silence. Who the hell do you think you're scaring? Zhangsen finally lost it. Enraged, he stormed up to the side of the bed and raised his foot, aiming to stomp on my head. What happened next caught everyone off guard. The moment his foot came down, someone struggling just to sit upright, suddenly rolled to the side at an almost impossible angle, narrowly dodging his attack. In the same breath, my hand shot out like lightning, grabbing a broken ceramic bowl from the edge of the bed. Before anyone could react, its jagged edge was pressed firmly against his throat. Smooth, precise, faster than anyone could react. Zhang San froze, his pupils wide with shock. He felt an icy sharpness against his neck. Glancing down, he saw the fractured ceramic, its tip less than half an inch away from his carotid artery. Though my hand seemed frail, it didn't tremble in the slightest. Like stone, it was terrifyingly steady. If Zhang Sen dared to move even a millimeter, his throat would be cut open instantly. The shadow of death hung heavy on him. Sweat the size of soybean droplets rolled down Zhang San's forehead. His voice quivered. He couldn't wrap his head around how someone so badly injured, someone who could barely breathe moments ago, had suddenly unleashed such speed and murderous intent. Now, I said calmly, my voice flat but brimming with menace, take your dogs and leave. Or else. Yes, yes. Zhang San's legs gave out beneath him. He didn't have the courage to utter another word. His scrawny lackey, equally stunned, rushed over to support him. The 2 stumbled and staggered out of the woodshed, fear tracing their every movement like a ghost on their heels. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving the shed dead silent once more. As the tension drained from my body, a wave of exhaustion took its place. The broken ceramic slipped from my grasp and clattered to the floor. I slumped against the wall, panting for air as fresh blood seeped from my chest wound. That maneuver had drained every ounce of energy I had left. But it worked. Against scum like that, cowards who prey on the weak, you couldn't afford to show even an ounce of vulnerability. The weaker you are, the more they'll push. The crueler you are, the more they'll back off. I looked up at the three women, each still standing in stunned silence. The gentle one, her gaze held a mix of curiosity and something probing, like she was trying to figure me out. The timid one still looked afraid, but now seemed to carry a hint of dependence in her eyes. And the bold one, the one with an unyielding spirit, just stared at me, her sharp phoenix eyes burning with a complex mix of emotions, surprise, suspicion, and what I suspected was a sliver of subtle admiration. I tried to give them a grin, but the attempt tugged at my wound, leaving me grimacing instead. My situation was still dire, injured, broke, and now responsible for 3 extra mouths to feed. But I glanced again at the 3 women before me, each breathtaking in her own way. A ridiculous yet self-assured thought crossed my mind. Worth it. At that moment, the gentle woman, who had been quiet this entire time, suddenly stepped forward. She knelt down, picked up the broken ceramic, and casually tossed it into the corner of the room. Then, fixing her clear, steady eyes on me, she said softly, "Don't move. If you move again, you really will die. If you want to live, listen to me." Her voice was light, almost delicate, but it carried a calm authority that left no room for argument. I raised my head to meet her gaze. In the dim light of the woodshed, I noticed something I hadn't before: her hands. They were covered in fine scratches and calluses. These were not the hands of someone who lived a pampered life. "You're a doctor?" My voice was hoarse and rough, as if scraped by sandpaper. "My father was a royal physician. I'm Su Ching Snow. I grew up under his guidance and have some knowledge of medicine," she replied evenly, already moving to carefully unwrap the blood-stained rag tied around my chest. When the wound was fully exposed, the other 2 women audibly gasped. The injury was a gaping spear wound through my left chest, its edges blackened and festering with pus. The stench of rot emanated from it. The fact that I was still alive was, frankly, a miracle. "It's hopeless," the tall, cold woman said bluntly from her spot in the corner. Her voice was as frigid as her demeanor. "Sister Sue, don't waste your time. His heart vessels are damaged, and he's already been like this for 3 days. Not even a deity could save him now. We should focus on what to do after he's gone." She wasn't wrong. It was harsh, but it was pragmatic. The timid young woman shrank back further at the mention of death, clutching at the cold woman's sleeve for security. Her wide, watery eyes darted toward me, filled with both fear and sadness. I ignored the cold woman's grim assessment. Right now, I was just a patient, and Su Ching Snow was the only doctor I had. I grinned at her. At least, I tried to. Listen to her. There's still hope for me. My attempt at humor caught Su Ching Snow off guard. She blinked, then shook her head with a faint smile of exasperation. But her tone grew more resolute. "The wound is infected, and you have a raging fever. Without strong alcohol for sterilization, medicinal powder for the wound, and herbal decoctions, your chances are slim. At best, I can clean it with water. Whether you live or not, it's up to your luck." As she spoke, she softly instructed the petite woman. "Rian, could you help me find a clean container and fetch some fresh water?" Lu Rian, finally finding something she could contribute to, gave a hurried nod and started rummaging around. The tall woman, Qin Mingyue, stood off to the side with her arms crossed, watching coldly. She neither helped nor objected. In her opinion, this was all in vain. Meanwhile, my mind was racing. Su Qingshua's medical skills were our only hope, but even she admitted the chances were slim. High fever, infection. These would be easily treated with a simple antibiotic in my world. Here, however, they were as good as death sentences. No, I couldn't leave everything up to blind luck. Time traveling, a cheat system, those come standard, don't they? Where was mine? How to trigger it? I forced myself to stay calm and reviewed every detail of my situation, before and after I arrived here. My last memory was of the original host of this body passing away, consumed by unyielding frustration, followed by what felt like my soul merging into his. Wait a second, war merit, pensions, 3 wives. Wives. My gaze swept over the 3 women in front of me, and a bolt of realization shattered the fog in my brain. Could the key lie with them? Once the thought surfaced, I couldn't suppress it. Ridiculous as it sounded, it was my only lifeline. But these 3 were merely assigned to me in name. They weren't really my wives. Not even a single ceremony. Doesn't matter. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Ahem. I deliberately cleared my throat, drawing the attention of the 3 women. A hint of apologetic sincerity showed on my face as I said, "Ladies, I know you were sent here against your will. To be tied to someone like me, a man on the brink of death, it's unfair to you." This caught them off guard. They hadn't expected such words from someone who appeared so rough and fierce. Qin Mingyue scoffed coldly, turning her head away. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, softly replied, "You had no choice in this either." I smiled faintly and continued, "I know there's no love between us. But as of today, we're family. They may have treated you like commodities, but I don't see it that way. What we lack is a ceremony." "A ceremony?" Qin Mingyue finally broke her silence, looking at me as if I'd lost my mind. "You're practically on your deathbed, and you want to bother with something so pointless? What's the point?" "It's not pointless." I looked her straight in the eyes and spoke each word with gravity. "To me, it's respect. To you, it's recognition. Even if I die tonight, at least you'll be my rightful wives, my widows, not discarded goods deemed worthless by others. With that title, perhaps you'll have a better chance for a future." The words were half-truths, but the respect for women instilled deeply in me during my days in the Special Forces was genuine and unwavering. Qin Mingyue visibly tensed, clearly uncomfortable under my gaze, although she still responded stubbornly, "Who cares for your so-called recognition?" However, Su Qingxue, who had remained quiet, seemed to be moved. A physician's daughter, a general's daughter, a scholar's granddaughter, all of it crumbled overnight as her family became criminals. They'd endured scorn, mistreatment, and were treated like objects to be traded. Dignity was a luxury far beyond their reach. Yet here, this man with death hanging over him spoke of respect. She stared into my clear, unflinching eyes, silently considering, before giving a faint nod. "You're right. A ceremony is appropriate. We'll follow your lead." "Sujia," Qin Mingyue protested, alarmed. Su Qingxue, however, shook her head at her, her expression soft but resolutely firm. Relief surged through me. "Success." Taking a deep breath, I said, "Then we'll start with you. No elders, no guests, right here. As long as we bow to the heavens and the earth, you'll be my wife." I struggled to get out of bed to complete the ritual, but was stopped by her. "You're too injured for formalities." With that, she turned and softly bowed toward the open sky outside the woodshed, then to the ground beneath her feet. Finally, she faced me, inclining herself with a gentle yet clear voice. "I, Su Qingxue, as of today, am your wife." The moment her words landed, it felt like a bolt of lightning exploded in my brain. Ding. Condition met. Host has entered into marriage with an eligible woman. Read one heavenly scroll. Activated. In an instant, a thick, ancient golden book appeared in the depths of my consciousness, pages flipping open without assistance, as if carried by an unseen wind. Confirmed. Host has entered marriage contract with Su Qingxue. Evaluation in progress. New spouse, Su Qingxue. Identity, daughter of disgraced minister. Bloodline, descendant of Shinnong deluded. Talent, medical prodigy dormant. Initial affection level, sympathy, 2100ths. Overall evaluation, heaven grade, low tier. Before I could even process this flood of information, another row of dazzling golden text emerged. Evaluation complete. Initial reward package granted. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Shinnong bloodline, primary level, 100 herbs constitution. The next moment, a cool, gentle stream of life-filled energy surged through my body. As the energy flowed, fevered heat rapidly subsided, and my failing organs began rejuvenating with an insatiable hunger. Energy surged through me as a tingling itch radiated from the festering, agonizing wound. I could almost see it. My chest bore that gruesome scar, where necrotic flesh was peeling away, while fresh granulation tissue rapidly sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The life force within me, once on the verge of depletion, was now replenished like parched earth soaking in sudden rain, and it wasn't just restored. It felt stronger than ever. This is... Su Qingxue had been about to clean my wound, but the sight unfolding before her left her completely dumbfounded. Right there, in front of her eyes, the bloody injury on my chest had stopped bleeding. The blackened edges of decay had receded, and to her disbelief, the wound was healing. GHGHGHGHGH, ghost. Lu Rian screamed in terror, cowering behind Qin Mingyue, too frightened to even look at me. Even Qin Mingyue, who was usually as composed as a seasoned warrior, stood wide-eyed, her phoenix-like gaze filled with disbelief. Her exquisite face betrayed her shock as if her entire worldview had just crumbled. She rubbed her eyes, doubting the evidence, but knowing what she'd witnessed wasn't an illusion. This couldn't possibly be achieved by human hands. It was a miracle. In the span of only a few dozen breaths, the excruciating pain and debilitating weakness that had tormented me for 3 days and nights vanished like a memory. I could feel a brand new, unparalleled strength coursing through every fiber of my being. I sat up sharply. The motion was crisp and fluid, devoid of hesitation or sluggishness. There wasn't even a trace of the limp frailty of someone who had been critically wounded mere moments ago. As if in disbelief, I tugged at the tattered cloth hanging off me and looked down at my chest. There it was, the once gaping, deadly wound reduced to nothing but a faint, soft pink scar. Could it really be healed? I clenched my fist, feeling the explosive warmth of raw power surging within. Elation surged through me. This cheat ability I had, asterisk god tier, doesn't even begin to describe its star. Glancing up, I fixed my burning gaze on the still stupefied Qin Mingyue and the trembling, petrified Lu Rian. A wicked grin curled at the corners of my mouth. Then, focusing on the haughty warrior woman whose dazed expression practically screamed, "This makes no sense," I spoke with a commanding, almost taunting, tone. "Now it's your turn. Or what? Are you scared?" Scared? Qin Mingyue's laugh was as sharp as the edge of a blade, like she'd just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Her phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, gleaming with the light of someone prepared for battle. "Afraid of you? A dying man pretending to pull tricks out of thin air," she challenged, stepping forward with an air that carried the relentless edge of someone hardened by the battlefield. "What demonic sorcery have you used? Don't think for a second you can fool me." Her fiery response. Exactly what I'd expected. The daughter of a famed military family, she grew up in the barracks, sharpening both her skills and her resolve. Her belief in cold steel and tangible strength didn't leave room for faith in the supernatural. To her, this was nothing more than an elaborate deception, or worse, forbidden witchcraft. But instead of annoyance, I felt an odd admiration for her. Her vigilance, her refusal to blindly trust the seemingly impossible. This was the makings of a formidable soldier. That being said, I didn't have the time or patience to explain the nuances of unexplainable by science paranormal phenomena to her right now. What I needed was to cement my foundation as fast as possible, and these 3 women were both my starting point and the core team I had to rely on. Ignoring her accusations, I shifted my gaze to Su Qingxue, whose face was still locked in a storm of disbelief. You're wound." Her trembling lips struggled to form words. Summoning the courage, she tentatively reached out her calloused, roughened hands, lightly brushing the new pink scar on my chest, testing, probing, unsure if what she was seeing was real. It was warm, smooth, pliant to the touch. The ghastly wound that once went down to the bone, it was truly gone. How is this even possible?" she murmured, her years of medical experience unraveling under the weight of what she had just witnessed. "Clear out infected tissue, clean thoroughly, encourage new tissue growth, close the wound." Not a single step could be skipped. Yet right in front of her eyes, I had undergone the entire process, from the brink of death to complete recovery, in mere moments. Watching the lights of confusion and awe in her gaze, an outrageously clever idea popped into my head. Without hesitation, I seized the hand still lingering on my chest. She gasped softly, instinctively trying to draw back, but her attempt was futile. I held her hand firm in my grip. My palm, spacious yet steady with warmth and vigor, stood in stark contrast to my earlier feeble state. "It's not magic, and it's not ghosts or gods," I said, staring deeply into her eyes, the expression on my face a radiant mix of sincerity and zealous conviction. "It was you. You saved me." "And me?" Su Qingxue stammered, utterly lost and flustered. "I didn't do anything. I haven't even fetched clean water yet." "It was you," I interrupted firmly, decisively raising our clasped hands like I was holding the most priceless treasure. I turned toward Qin Mingyue and Lu Ruyan, raising my voice so that they'd both hear loud and clear. "Did you see that? Do you see? This is what a miraculous healer looks like. This is what it means to have healing hands. My wife here is the real deal, a divine physician." And just like that, silence settled across the room. Lu Ruyan blinked her wide, almond-shaped eyes, the terror giving way to cautious awe. She glanced at Su Qingxue, her gaze already carrying hints of subtle admiration. Did Sister Su truly have such incredible abilities? Qin Mingyue, on the other hand, wore a deep frown, her sharp intuition still tangled in contradictions. She'd known Su Qingxue for a long time, long enough to vouch for her respectable medical expertise, but to claim her skills extended to the resurrection of the nearly dead? It sounded absurd, yet there was no other plausible explanation for what had happened before their very eyes. Seeing their conflicted expressions, I knew my plan was halfway to success. I could never let anyone know about my cheat-like powers. This ability was my deepest, most dangerous secret, which meant there was only one logical step forward. Pin everything, the miraculous, impossible recovery, on Su Qingxue. After all, why not let them believe in the divine skills of my doctor wife? First, it perfectly explains my miraculous recovery on the spot. Second, it instantly elevates Su Qingxue's position, making her the irreplaceable cornerstone of this small group, earning her favor and trust. Third, it subtly knocks some arrogance out of Qin Mingyue's proud demeanor, hitting three birds with one stone. It's not me." Su Qingxue finally found her voice, shaking her head vigorously as she attempted to free herself. "I truly didn't do anything. Your injuries healed on their own." "Nonsense," I interrupted her sternly, wearing a grave expression. "I know my own body better than anyone. The moment you joined me in marriage, I felt a warm current flowing from you to me, and my injuries were miraculously healed. How is that not your doing?" While I spoke with righteous conviction, internally, I couldn't help ranting. "Sorry, wife, but I'll need to borrow your good name for now. I'll make it up to you later, big time." Su Qingxue was rendered speechless and visibly flustered, her mind spinning in chaos. Could it be that the Su family bloodline really carried some kind of special power? Her father had once mentioned that their family ancestry traced back to Shinno, the legendary herbal master who tasted 100 herbs. Could this actually be true? The more she thought about it, the more my words seemed to carry a hint of plausibility. Seeing that she was beginning to convince herself, I seized the opportunity. Letting go of her hand, I decisively and confidently got up from the bed. Not only did I stand up, but I stretched. A series of satisfying crackling sounds came from every part of my body. I moved my limbs and felt an unprecedented surge of strength within me. At this point, I felt like I could punch through a brick wall without breaking a sweat. This body of mine, transformed and reborn by the supposed Shinnon bloodline, was now something extraordinary. You really?" Qin Mingyue stared at me, moving around effortlessly, unable to utter another word of doubt. For the first time, her usually cold and aloof face was overtaken by undeniable shock. Actions speak louder than words. No one, no matter how skilled, could fake recovering from a mortal penetrating wound as if nothing had happened. Could it really be Su Qingxue's medical skill? Had it reached divine levels? I soaked in every expression on their faces before strolling over to Su Qingxue. With purposeful sincerity, I bowed deeply in front of her. "My lady, words cannot express my gratitude. You've given me a second life. From this day on, this life of mine belongs to you. Come what may, if anyone dares so much as harm a single hair on your head, I'll see them ruined to nothing." My tone was unyielding, each word spoken powerfully with the iron will of a former Special Forces operative. Su Qinxue's face turned an even deeper shade of red at my solemn vow, her heart pounding wildly like a fawn in flight. She hastily stepped aside, stammering, Please, just get up. I truly. Stop being so modest, my divine healer of a wife," I insisted, standing straight and smoothly testing out a new form of address, a cheeky grin playing on my lips. "If not for you, I'd already be a cold corpse right now." The way I called her divine healer wife was completely natural, both intimate and full of respect. Flustered, Su Qinxue couldn't find the words to refute it. She ended up lowering her head, embarrassed, as she silently accepted the credit. One down. Next, I turned my attention to Qin Mingyue, who was still in the midst of reassembling her shattered worldview. "Now then, do you still think I'm faking or playing tricks?" I confidently stepped in front of her, our similar heights allowing our eyes to lock at an even level. In that moment, it felt like sparks were igniting the air between us. She bit her lip, her gaze flickering between me and Su Qinxue, who still stood with her face flushed as she averted her eyes. Finally, she gritted out through clenched teeth, "Looks like you got lucky, that's all." "No," I corrected immediately. "It's because my wife is amazing." She was so caught off guard by my retort that she nearly choked, letting out a cold huff before turning her head away, refusing to spare me another glance. With tsunderas like her, you can't push too hard. The shock she'd experienced today would be more than enough to mull over for a while. I took a look around the place, a ramshackle woodshed with 4 bare walls, no furniture, and not even a drop of water in sight. My stomach let out a loud, protesting growl. After recovering from an ordeal like mine, the energy I'd burned desperately needed replenishing. Besides, I now had 3 mouths to take care of on top of myself. "All right, let's put the past behind us," I announced, clapping my hands to clear the air. In the blink of an eye, I switched gears from being a sarcastic, bedridden patient to acting like the leader of the team. Since my divine healer wife has pulled me back from death's door, next up, it's my turn as the head of this household to solve the most pressing issue at hand. I paused, making deliberate eye contact with all 3 women. Grrrrwll. An unsuitably loud stomach rumble echoed through the air, this time emanating from Lu Ruyan. Her small, pretty face flushed scarlet, and she looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear on the spot. I burst out laughing, teasing away the group's awkwardness and tension. "That's right, food," I declared, focusing on Su Qinxue with serious intent. "Wife, you saved my life. Now, tell me, what would you like to eat?" The question was so casual and natural, as though instead of being someone who'd just clawed back from death, I was merely a provider returning from a hunt and asking his family what they wanted for dinner. This unexpectedly homely atmosphere, tranquil and grounded amid their stormy turmoil, left all 3 women momentarily dazed. Su Qinxue was the first to snap back to reality, warmth filling her heart as she met my earnest gaze. She shook her head gently, her tone soft but realistic. "Given the situation we're in right now, simply having something to fill our bellies would already be a blessing. Nothing more can be expected." She wasn't wrong. We had nothing to our names, trapped within a military camp. Forget delicacies. Finding even a scrap of stale bread seemed a stretch. "Uft, big talk for nothing," Qin Mingyue scoffed, crossing her arms as she leaned. A bucket of cold water was mercilessly poured down. "What are you going to feed us with? Mud from the corner of the wall? Or that big mouth of yours that only knows how to brag?" Her skepticism towards me piled up like a mountain. My recovery was too bizarre, and even if a mere foot soldier like me had healed, what could I possibly accomplish? "Gurgle," Lu Rian's stomach protested again, her face flushing even redder. I didn't bother arguing with Qin Mingyue. Facts will always be the best way to counter disbelief. Scanning the tiny storage room that held nothing but hay and dust, I walked straight to the door. "Stay here, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone until I return." My steps were firm, each one grounded with unshakable confidence. "Where are you going?" Su Qingxue asked hurriedly, her voice tinged with worry. The head of the family, naturally, goes out to find food. I turned back and winked at her. Don't worry. I'll return soon. With that, I opened the rickety wooden door and walked out without hesitation. The door closed behind me, and the storage room returned to silence. From behind, Qin Mingwe walked over to the door, listening intently as my footsteps faded away, then turned to Su Qingxue. Sister Su, do you really trust him? What could someone who's just recovered from a severe injury possibly do? The military camp is heavily guarded. If he gets caught sneaking around as a deserter, we'll all be dragged into trouble. Su Qingxue stared at the tightly closed door, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. I'm not sure, but I feel like he's different from before. Outside the storage room, I took a deep breath of air tainted with dust and the scent of grass and wood, letting out a long exhale. Freedom feels so good, but I didn't rush to look for food. My top priority was to figure out exactly what my body had become. As I dug into the original owner's memories, I tried to communicate with the Red One Heavenly Manual in my mind. Manual, give me an update on my body stats. Host, Lin Feng. Physique, 100 herb body. Initial Shinnon bloodline. Natural affinity for plants and herbs. Wound recovery speed increased by 300%. Partial toxin resistance. Cultivation technique, none. Martial technique, none. Current rank, body tempering realm, tier 7. When I saw the last line, my pupils contracted sharply. Tier 7, body tempering realm? I quickly searched the original owner's memories. In this world, martial cultivation is divided into 9 tiers. The lower 3, tier 9, tier 8, and tier 7, are collectively called the body tempering realm, focused on toughening muscles and enhancing physical strength. Most ordinary soldiers linger at tier 9. Reaching tier 8 would make one eligible for positions like squad leader or corporal within the ranks of low-level officers. The original owner, having served 3 years in the military and trained hard, had only just barely touched the threshold of tier 9, ranking among the lowest in the camp. But somehow, I had skipped right past tier 9 and tier 8, landing directly in tier 7. This wasn't just recovering physically. This was a rocket-fueled upgrade. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help but curse quietly, but the uncontrollable grin on my face betrayed my excitement. Marrying a wife had not only miraculously healed me, but also boosted my rank by 2 whole tiers. This cheat code was absolutely ridiculous. Suppressing the excitement, I walked to a quiet corner, spotting a few large stone troughs meant for water and a massive ceramic jar nearby, likely used to carry water. The original owner's memories indicated that, when full, this jar weighed 200 to 300 pounds, requiring at least 2 soldiers to lift it, and even then, it'd be a struggle. Taking a deep breath, I bent down and grabbed the rim of the jar with both hands. My muscles tensed as I exerted force. Come on. The heaviness I anticipated wasn't there at all. The enormous ceramic jar felt feather-light, like an empty wooden bucket in my hands. I effortlessly lifted it over my head and set it down steadily without breaking a sweat. Looking down at my hands, my eyes gleamed with astonishment. This strength was at least 3 times greater than what the original owner had. Perhaps more. I could distinctly feel how my 5 senses had also heightened considerably. I could hear the shouts of soldiers training in the distance, leaves rustling in the breeze, and I could even distinguish the subtle sense of different grasses floating in the air. This wasn't a bad trade at all. Excitedly, I clenched my fists. An intense sense of power radiated from my palms. With a faint crack, the ceramic rim I had just grasped splintered into a small piece that crumbled entirely between my fingers. Powdery fragments sifted down between my fingertips. Staring at my palm, I realized this wasn't just raw strength. It was precision and mastery over power. Pair my old Special Forces combat skills with this newly transformed body. A wild idea crept into my mind. In this world, I might live a life even more thrilling than my past one. Just as the thought formed, the sound of footsteps approached. I snapped out of my thoughts, brushing the fine dust from my hands, and turned toward the sound. It was 2 soldiers dressed as camp cooks, carrying a bucket of kitchen scraps, staggering toward me. Food. My eyes lit up as I tidied my tattered clothes and put on a weak facade, stepping forward to intercept them. Excuse me, brothers, could you spare me a moment? The two kitchen hands, initially annoyed by someone blocking their path, paused upon noticing my dirted, blood-stained uniform and pale face. A scar-faced man asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know this is a restricted area, the kitchen backroom?" I put on a simple and honest smile, rummaging around in my pockets for a while before finally pulling out a few blood-stained copper coins, the last possessions the original owner of this body had left. "Big brothers, my name's Lin Feng. I'm with the Scouts. Got injured recently and haven't eaten for 3 days. I'm starving. Could you spare a couple of steamed buns for me? This little bit of money, just consider it my treat for you to have a drink." As I said that, I extended the coins toward them. Scarface weighed the coins in his hand, and the impatience on his face turned to disdain. "Just this little bit? You trying to bribe me or toss change to a beggar? Get lost. The kitchen's off limits without a military order. Beat it." The weaselly man beside him, with his rat-like features, rolled his eyes and chuckled slyly. "Hey, Brother Zhang, no need to be so heartless. We're all soldiers here. Life's rough for everyone, right?" He turned to me, smiling maliciously. "Brother, we're out of steamed buns. But in that bin over there, it's today's leftovers. If you don't mind, help yourself." As he spoke, he deliberately lifted the lid of a wooden bucket. A sour, putrid stench immediately hit me. My expression instantly darkened. Leftovers? That wasn't food, it was slop meant for pigs. They were humiliating me. I was just about to snap when a flash of insight stopped me. Memories from the original owner of this body surfaced. This scar-faced Zhang San and weasel-like Li Si were lackeys of squad leader Li Hu. And Li Hu? He was the original scout Lin Feng's mortal enemy in the camp, constantly targeting him. Lin Feng's recent severe injuries likely had something to do with him. It seemed these two had planned this humiliation, waiting to see me embarrassed. Realizing this, my anger faded away, replaced by the same simple, honest grin. I nodded and stooped, saying with exaggerated gratitude, "Thank you. Big brothers, thank you. I don't mind, not at all." With that, I actually walked up to the slop bucket, stretched out my hand, and pretended I was about to scoop something out. Zhang San and Li Si traded smug looks, their faces filled with glee, like they were enjoying a good show. But just as my hand was about to touch the rancid slop, I stopped abruptly. Slowly, I raised my head. The naive grin vanished like smoke into thin air. What replaced it was an icy coldness that would make anyone's heart stop. I locked eyes with that weaselly Li Si and drawled, enunciating every word clearly. "Did you just say, I should eat this?" My voice was calm, without any obvious trace of anger. But that very calmness made Li Si involuntarily shiver. His beady eyes met mine, and in my gaze, he saw an iciness more bitter than the freezing winds of the north. Yeah," he stammered, though he started to sweat. Then, as if regaining his courage, bolstered by the scar-faced Zhang San beside him, he puffed out his chest and squawked mockingly. "What? Lin the great hero too good for it or something? This is a special treat Tiger Boss told us to save just for you. Be grateful and eat up." He emphasized Tiger Boss with such force it was almost laughable, clinging to his backing as a bluff. "Li Hu." The corner of my mouth twitched upward into a sinister smile. Seems like he's really got time on his hands. Zhang Sen took my smile as helplessness, mistaking me for someone resigned to being pushed around. He stepped forward, jabbing a thick finger at my chest as he spewed a torrent of vile words, the gist of which was clear. From now on, in the scout camp, I had better lie low and obey, and even those 3 women of mine wouldn't be spared. They had to please Tiger Boss first before I'd even think of having scraps. The malicious grin he wore was disgusting, his intention blatant. Boom. A heavy, dull sound echoed. Fast. Too fast. No one saw how I moved. One moment I was standing in place. The next my figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, I was right in front of Zhang San. A single iron-like hand shot out and clamped tightly around his throat. With just one hand, I lifted his large, 100-something-pound frame clean off the ground. His legs flailed helplessly like a fish out of water, his mouth gaping and sputtering hoarsely. The arrogance froze on his face, replaced by petrified terror. His bulbous eyes widened so much they looked ready to pop, veins red and bulging. He couldn't fathom it. The half-dead Lin Feng from a few days ago, branded as useless, was now exerting strength that made him feel like a ragdoll on the brink of death. Next to him, Li Si stood dumbstruck, his jaw nearly unhinged, wide enough to fit an egg. "You know," I stated softly, my voice unhurried and neutral, yet every word carried a chilling weight. "I have a bit of a temper." I leaned in closer to the struggling Zhang San, tightening my grip just slightly. His face, now a liver-red hue, twisted in utter panic as he clawed vainly at my wrist. He was getting colder by the second, and his pants abruptly darkened as a foul stench filled the air. Especially when someone jokes about my women. "Did you just say you wanted to mess with them?" I. He could hardly force out words, terror gripping him tighter than even my vice-like grip. I was wrong. I was wrong. He wasn't just frightened. He genuinely believed I would snap his neck. Pathetic. Disgust flickered in my eyes as I released him, violently tossing him aside. The heavy thud of his body meeting the slop bucket echoed loudly. Slop splattered everywhere in a noxious arc, and Zhang Sen flailed, hopelessly gulping down slop before scrambling out, dripping with half-rotten food scraps, his face smeared and contorted into total disgrace. I calmly dusted my palms, an air of indifference as if what just happened was nothing significant. With a slow turn, my icy gaze settled on the now trembling. Li Si's legs were trembling uncontrollably. With a loud thud, he collapsed to his knees, his forehead hitting the ground repeatedly as if pounding garlic. His voice carried a sobbing tremor. "Master Lin, spare me. It has nothing to do with me. It was all Brother Tiger and Zhang San who ordered me to do it." To save his life, he sold out both his accomplices and his backers without hesitation. "Oh, it was Li Hu who instructed you." I stepped forward, towering over him, my gaze carrying a trace of amusement. "Then tell me, how do you think I should deal with you?" "Master, I'll get some food for you." In a flash of inspiration, he gestured obsequiously toward the nearby mess hall and said, "Freshly steamed white buns and the meat soup from this morning. They're still hot. Let me bring some for you and the ladies." Classic cowardly behavior. Pleasurable to the bully but a sniveling worm to anyone strong. When dealing with people like this, killing them outright would almost be a mercy, not always the most effective strategy. Sometimes, letting them live proves much more useful. "Go on, then," I said with a flat tone. "Remember, the portion for 3 people, with the finest white buns and extra meat in the soup. And let me warn you, if I find one moldy bun or the soup lacking a fair amount of meat." I didn't finish my sentence, but the warning in my gaze was enough to send chills down Li Si's spine. His body jerked as if he had been struck by a cold wind. "I wouldn't dare. I swear I wouldn't dare." Relieved as though given a new lease on life, he stumbled to his feet and bolted toward the mess hall, all but crawling, his speed rivaling that of a rabbit. I paid him no further attention, turning my steps toward Zhang San, who was still curled on the ground, retching miserably. The moment my shadow fell over him, his trembling grew even more violent. He forgot about vomiting entirely, resorting instead to frantically kowtowing. "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, have mercy. Remember the stench of the swill clinging to you today," I said softly. My words carried no weight, like feathers drifting through the air, yet each syllable slammed into him with piercing clarity. "Go back and tell Li Hu this for me. The meal he served me today, I won't forget it. And soon enough, I'll personally return the favor, to him, 100-fold. Having said my piece, I spared no more attention for the sniveling wreck at my feet. With a sweeping stride, I made my way toward the woodshed. It wasn't long before Li Si returned, panting heavily, balancing a hefty wooden tray in his hands. Even from afar, steam wafted upward, carrying the tantalizing fragrance of a feast. On the tray were 6 plump, snow-white steamed buns and 3 steaming bowls of richly aromatic meat soup, each laden with a thick layer of oily goodness and a generous portion of tender meat chunks. "Master Lin, here's everything you requested," Li Si said, gulping for air as he cautiously extended the tray toward me. I took the tray, casting an approving glance at the spread. With satisfaction visible in my nod, I made my way to the door of the woodshed, lightly kicking it with my foot. "Open up. I'm back." From inside came the sound of light, hesitant footsteps. Shortly after, the door creaked open slightly, revealing Su Qinshue's delicate face, framed by apprehension and worry. When her eyes landed on me, safe and unharmed, with a tray of steaming food held securely in my hands, her beautiful eyes instantly brimmed with astonished joy, so strong it was difficult for her to believe it was real. You really? I told you I'd be back, I interjected with a small smile, stepping into the room. Setting the tray down on the ground, I let the savory aroma of the meal fill the woodshed. Almost instantly, Qin Mingyue and Lu Ruyan gathered around. Their gazes were riveted to the immaculately white buns and the steaming, decadent meat soup. After what felt like an eternity of subsisting on scraps, the sight alone made them instinctively swallow their drool. I handed one bun and a bowl of soup to Su Qinshuo, distributed a portion to Lu Ruyan, and finally turned to the last remaining pair. My gaze landed on Qin Mingyue, still motionless, her face betraying conflict. What? I arched an eyebrow. Not hungry. Her expression grew even more complicated. She opened her mouth, as if to ask how I'd made this possible, but her fiercely prideful nature wrested the question back down her throat. I read the storm brewing in her silent demeanor. Without hesitation, I thrust the last helping into her hands and spoke with an air of finality. Eat. You'll need strength if you're planning to wrestle with me later. Having said all that needed saying, I grabbed a bun for myself and tore off a bite without ceremony. Heavenly. With energy restoring and the promise of a full stomach, this chaotic, absurd life of mine, a life born from my sudden plunge into another world, was finally navigating towards something auspicious. But there was no time to dwell. Gulping down my thoughts like the mouthfuls of steaming sustenance, my mind shifted toward my next steps. The score with Li Hu? Cemented. I'd have to settle it quickly. And my combat abilities? A measly 7th refinement stage in a military outpost such as this, what does that even amount to? As these musings churned, an abrupt noise beyond the woodshed yanked me from my reverie. A cacophony of approaching footsteps. Angry, vulgar shouting burst forth like a crack of thunder, every word laced with bile and hostility, leaving no doubt as to the intended recipient, me. Get the hell out here. I cocked an eyebrow. Li Hu. Glancing at the half-eaten bun in my palm and the trio of women now cloaked in fear, mortal dread painted stark across their faces, I couldn't suppress the emergence of an almost wicked smirk. Slowly savoring the final bite of my bun, I rose to full height. Relax, I said, my tone deliberate and steady, words infused with a strange, calming power as I addressed the three women. Keep eating. I'll deal with our kind-hearted dinner donor outside. Su Qinshuo and Lu Ruyan exchanged wide-eyed looks, astonishment mixed with a peculiar sense of assurance as they watched my broad, unwavering back fade toward the door. Only Qin Mingyue. Though initial panic danced across her features, the sharp light of defiance soon flared in her phoenix-like eyes. Without warning, she gulped down her soup in a single breath, snatched a piece of firewood from the corner, and planted herself squarely at my side. I'm going with you, she declared, her voice colder than the autumn wind. I glanced back at her, faint amusement momentarily lighting my face. Well, for all her arrogance, the woman did have a spine. I chose not to argue, giving her a small nod instead. All right, I replied coolly. Just stay back, don't let the blood splatter on you. Finishing the job. Suddenly, the woodshed door was yanked open with a loud bang. Outside, the setting sun stretched the shadows of the people standing there long and thin. Leading the group was a burly, broad-shouldered young man with a face full of scars, none other than Li Hu, the squad leader of the scouting corps. Behind him stood 7 to 8 rowdy, unruly soldiers, blocking the narrow doorway completely. Beside Li Hu were 2 familiar faces, both looking battered and bruised. Zhang San, whose nose was almost unrecognizable, and Li Si, whose cheek was horribly swollen, stood there whining to Li Hu. They wailed shamelessly about how I had somehow used some kind of evil sorcery to heal myself before beating them up again. Li Hu's snake-like eyes locked onto me with a piercing glare. When he saw me standing there completely unscathed, the narrowing of his pupils betrayed the surprise, and perhaps jealousy, in his heart. He couldn't comprehend how a man he had trapped and left barely clinging to life could now be standing upright, looking full of vigor. But the fleeting surprise quickly gave way to a torrent of anger and murderous intent. Lin Feng, getting bold now, huh? Li Hu sneered, rolling his wrist until his knuckles cracked deafeningly. His voice was dripping with venom as he spat out a curse. Daring to touch my men? Looks like you're tired of living. The soldiers behind him joined in, egging him on with jeers and shouts. Beat him to death. Break his damn legs. Ignoring the racket from this crew of lowlifes, I kept my gaze steady on Li Hu, as if staring at nothing more than an obnoxious clown. Li Hu, I said evenly, my voice calm, as though engaging in casual conversation. What exactly have I done to offend you? Offend me? He repeated mockingly, stepping closer with a derisive smirk as he eyed me from head to toe like I was something stuck on the bottom of his shoe. He spat onto the ground. A dirt poor no-name like you, crawling out from some godforsaken mountain, dares to think you're even worth offending me? I don't need a reason. When I don't like someone, I take care of them. That's all there is to it. He paused, his greedy eyes sliding past me and landing on the trio of delicate figures behind me. His expression twisted further into something foul, oozing with malice. He didn't bother hiding the vile nature of his words, spewing filth that stretched beyond just killing me. It included vile threats towards the women behind me. His band of cronies erupted in nasty laughter at this, their jeering words dripping with depravity. Inside the woodshed, Su Qing Snow and Lu Rian's faces had turned ghostly pale. Beside them, Qin Mingyue trembled with rage, gripping a wooden stick so tightly her knuckles had gone stark white. And yet, the fiery eruption of anger that everyone seemed to expect from me did not come. I simply stood there, listening in silence. My face betrayed no emotion, no twitch, no flicker, just eerie calm. When Li Hu finally laughed himself out and started to look slightly confused, I slowly nodded. I get it, I said at last. Oh, you get it now? He sneered, assuming I'd caved. Smugly, he reached out a hand to condescendingly pat my face. Good. Now kneel down. Give me 3 solid kowtows. Hand those 3 little ladies over, and maybe, just maybe, I'll. His words cut out abruptly, because my hand had already shot out, seizing his wrist in a death grip before he could touch me. The hand didn't look especially large or powerful, but its force was undeniable, clamping around his wrist like an iron vice. Li Hu's face twisted as he tried to yank his hand free, but it wouldn't budge, not even an inch. What do you think you're doing? He shouted, startled but now furious. I've realized, I said flatly, my voice devoid of warmth, my eyes hollow and black as they locked onto his. Talking sense to scum like you is pointless. As I spoke, my grip on his wrist tightened until my knuckles whitened. Dealing with you, there's only one solution. Before he could react, my hand forcefully yanked his wrist downward and twisted sharply. Crack! A sickening snap echoed clear as day in the air, making everyone's skin crawl. Error! Li Hu let out a guttural scream that sounded worse than a pig being slaughtered. His wrist was bent at an unnatural angle, the jagged ends of fractured bone breaking through the flesh. His face drained entirely of color, the agony erasing the predatory smirk he'd worn just moments ago. It all happened so fast. From the moment I moved to the moment his wrist shattered, the sequence of events left everyone dumbfounded. There wasn't even time to blink. What are you standing around for? Kill him. Kill him now. Li Hu screeched, clutching at his mangled arm, his face contorted with pain and fury. Finally snapping out of their daze, the group of lackeys roared angrily and surged forward, their fists flying. They may have thought that no matter how strong I was just one man. How could I stand against 7 or 8 of them? A single punch from each of them would leave me a bloody pulp. But they were wrong. Completely, utterly wrong. Because what stood before them wasn't just another lowly scout. It was a soldier honed to perfection, a king among special forces, a true master of life and death combat. The first soldier's fist came hurtling toward my face. I didn't dodge, didn't flinch. Instead, I merely leaned to the side, just enough so the punch missed by a hair. My right leg then lashed out like a whip, striking the joint of his knee from an angle. Crack! Another bone snapped. He crumpled to the ground in a heap, wailing pitifully as his leg twisted unnaturally outward. Behind me, another attacker charged in silently. Without turning back, I dropped into a low sweep, my legs skimming across the ground. Thud! The blow struck his ankles, sweeping his legs out from under him. The back of his head hit the ground so hard he blacked out immediately, lying there motionless. Two down. Before the others had time to regroup, I exploded forward like a feral beast, closing the gap between us in an instant. There was no hesitation, no wasted movement. Everything I did was instinct honed through years of deadly combat. I didn't use any of the flashy martial arts this world glorified. What I used was pure brutality, modern military combat techniques designed to kill efficiently. Elbow to the throat, fingers to the eyes, knee to the groin, each simple, direct, and decisively effective. Ultimate precision, no unnecessary flair. The sole objective was to render the enemy incapable of combat in the shortest possible time. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, the sound of bones snapping, and muffled groans. Those soldiers who were so arrogant just a moment ago were now like lambs to the slaughter in my presence, utterly powerless, not even lasting a single exchange. Their so-called turtle-style punches, which had seemed ferocious before, appeared laughable and feeble against my precise and efficient attacks. In less than 10 breaths, the battle was over. Aside from Li Si, who was cowering in the back, too frightened to even step forward, all the others lay on the ground. Broken arms, shattered legs, wailing filled the air. The scene resembled a hellish inferno. And there I stood at the center of this hell, my breathing steady, brushing off non-existent dust from my clothes, as if I had just completed a warm-up exercise. At the doorway of the woodshed, Qin Mingyue had unknowingly lowered the wooden stick she was holding. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes were wide open, her delicate lips slightly parted, and her face showed an unprecedented look of shock. What kind of fighting style was this? No discernible fluctuation in inner energy, no fancy moves or techniques. Every move was simple and direct, yet ruthlessly precise, targeting only the most vulnerable parts of the human body. This wasn't martial arts, it was execution. Who exactly was this man? Li Hu was equally dumbfounded. Clutching his broken wrist, he instinctively stepped back, looking at me as if I were a demon crawling out of hell. His men, trained 8th-rank body refiners who could exchange over a dozen moves under his own hand, hadn't even managed to withstand a single meeting with me? Was this still the same Lin Feng he had been bullying and trampling on not too long ago? Ignoring the wailing rabble on the ground, I started walking forward, stepping over the unconscious body of one of the fallen, each step deliberately closing the gap between me and Li Hu. Each light step I took felt like a sledgehammer pounding against his chest. Don't come any closer. Fear laced his voice as he retreated, attempting to mask his terror with bravado. Lin Feng, my brother is a 100-man commander. If you dare lay a hand on me, he won't let you off. I stopped mid-step, tilting my head with a playful smile spreading across my face. A 100-man commander? Is that supposed to be impressive? My tone feigned genuine curiosity as I waggled a finger at him. Here's the deal. I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. Do it well, and I might consider only breaking one of your legs. Kneel? Bark like a dog? Li Hu couldn't believe what he was hearing. He, the proud captain of the scout battalion, an 8th-rank body refiner, whose elder brother Li Bao was a prominent 100-man commander with real power. Here in this lowly camp of the Northern Frontier Forces, who wouldn't respectfully address him as Tiger Bro? Now, this worthless nobody, this piece of trash who had been his punching bag just days ago, dared to demand that he kneel and bark like a dog? It was humiliation. Blatant, merciless humiliation. But fear quickly gave way to unbridled rage. Lin Feng, Li Hu bellowed, his face contorted by pain and fury, turning beet red. With his uninjured left hand, he suddenly drew a cold, gleaming dagger from his belt, a military standard weapon forged of refined steel and razor-sharp. He had clearly lost his mind. Like a wounded beast, he roared ferociously and charged at me, thrusting the knife toward my heart with all his might. The intention was crystal clear. Even if it meant facing martial court punishment, he was going to kill me today and wash away the shame with my blood. At the woodshed door, Su Qingxue and Lu Rian screamed in horror at the sight of that gleaming blade. Qin Mingyue's pupils contracted to their limits. As an expert spearman herself, she could discern how fast and deadly Li Hu's attack was. Taken by surprise, Even another 8th rank fighter would have struggled to dodge it. And yet, Lin Feng. He just stood there, unmoving. Was he frozen in fear? Just as the dagger's tip was a hair's width from my chest, I moved, not with haste, but almost lazily, with an air of casual ease. All I did was sidestep slightly, my right hand weaving elegantly like a butterfly in flight, deftly bypassing his attacking arm to clamp down on his wrist with precision. Li Hu felt a numbing sensation spread through his wrist, followed by a subtle force wrenching the weapon from his grasp. That dagger, which he had been certain would pierce its target, was now completely out of his control. With my other hand, I caught the spinning dagger midair. The hilt twirled with flare in my palm before the blade angled upward, stopping mere millimeters from his throat. The chill of cold steel against his skin froze him in place. Every ounce of blood in his body seemingly solidified in that instant. From the moment he stabbed to the moment he lost, everything happened in the blink of an eye. A flawless sequence, effortlessly executed. If taking out the others earlier relied on ruthlessness and unpredictability, this maneuver of disarming Li, who showcased nothing less than absolute, unstoppable dominance. The madness and ferocity in Li Hu's eyes drained away like a receding tide, leaving only pure, unadulterated terror and despair. He had lost. Completely, unquestionably, devastatingly lost. "I gave you a chance," I said coldly, my voice steady as I gripped the dagger firmly. "But unfortunately, you weren't worthy." By the woodshed door, the wooden stick in Qin Mingyue's hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. She stared at me, those beautiful, almond-shaped phoenix eyes brimming with disbelief and a peculiar gleam. How could this be? This man, how could he possibly be this strong? She came from a family of generals. Her father was the famed Hawk Battalion captain of the Northern Front. She had grown up moving amongst soldiers, trained in the art of war since childhood, and her perceptiveness was unparalleled. She saw it all crystal clear. The series of seemingly simple moves I just executed actually demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of timing, distance, and precision, calculated to perfection. This wasn't ordinary military combat tactics. It was something far superior, a pure and lethal killing skill. Clean, swift, and impossibly efficient. She was certain, not even her father, a seasoned 7th rank warrior, could have handled that situation with such effortless finesse. This Lin Feng, his true strength was undoubtedly beyond the 8th rank. Perhaps, the crazy thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that he, too, was 7th rank? No, impossible. Only 3 days ago, he was nothing but a 9th rank rookie. Advancing 2 whole ranks in just 3 days? Not even with celestial elixirs could anyone achieve that. Yet, the facts before her left her no choice but to believe. This man, from head to toe, was a mystery, a living enigma. His elusive combat skills, his unshakable composure in the face of danger, and those eyes, those mischievous, all-seeing eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. They had nothing in common with the clumsy, cowardly, wooden scout called Lin Feng that she remembered. Who was he, really? What had happened to him in these past 3 days? And Sujia's almost godlike medical skills. Qin Mingyue's mind was in utter chaos. She realized, to her dismay, that she had never truly understood this man who, at least in name, was her husband. Meanwhile, Li Hu, his throat pressed against the sharp edge of a dagger, had finally crumbled. He could already feel the blade cutting into his skin. Just a little deeper, and his life would be over. Please, don't kill me." His voice trembled, wavering with terror. Gone was any trace of the arrogance from moments ago. "I'll kneel. I'll beg. Woof. Woof woof." In a pathetic attempt to save himself, he actually fell to his knees and mimicked the bark of a dog. The scene was tragic and absurd all at once. Around them, the groaning soldiers lying injured nearby fell utterly silent, their fear leaving them paralyzed, not even daring to whimper. I glanced at Li Hu, now prostrate on the ground, tears and snot running down his face in disgrace. Disgust flickered across my eyes as I withdrew the dagger, calmly sheathed it, and then raised my boot. Bang! A heavy kick landed squarely on his chest. He was sent flying backward like a discarded rag doll, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Collapsed like a dead dog, he began retching violently, all strength sapped from his body. Even the energy to scream had deserted him. Take your trash and get out. My voice was as cold as a midwinter gale. If there's a next time, it won't just be broken arms and legs. The few remaining soldiers still capable of moving scrambled like their lives depended on it, dragging their injured comrades and leader as they fled in disarray, leaving behind a scene of carnage and the faint tang of blood in the air. In mere moments, the place calmed down, the eerie stillness broken only by the wreckage left behind. I casually wiped my dagger clean on my clothes before tucking it back at my waist. Only then did I turn my attention to the three women frozen stiff in the doorway. Su Qing Snow and Lu Ruyan looked at me with reverence, and perhaps a tad bit of apprehension. Qin Mingyue's gaze, on the other hand, was complicated beyond words. Shock, confusion, curiosity, and, most unexpectedly, a faint trace of admiration she herself hadn't yet noticed. Seeing the conflicted look in her eyes as if she wanted to ask, but couldn't bring herself to, I found it amusing. Walking over, I grabbed the wooden stick she was gripping so tightly that her knuckles had gone white. Plucking it from her stiff hands, I tossed it aside, then reached out. My fingers gently but firmly pinched her smooth chin, lifting her head to meet my eyes. What's wrong? Shaken up a bit. I let a mischievous smile curl at the corner of my lips. Her body tensed immediately. A foreign sensation, the unbridled closeness of a dominant masculine presence, washed over her. From her perspective, my deep, penetrating eyes reflected her own startled, flushed face perfectly. Her heart skipped a beat without warning. She wanted to struggle, to bat away the hand that held her chin, but her body seemed frozen in place, paralyzed. All she could do was grit her teeth and glare at me fiercely with those stubborn phoenix eyes. Or perhaps, I leaned in closer, so close that our breaths blurred the distance between us. Lowering my voice until it was a private murmur meant for her ears alone, I teased. You thought I looked handsome just now? Handsome? Those two words were like an electric current, racing through Qin Mingyue's entire body. Her face instantly turned bright red, as vivid and striking as the sunset glow in the evening sky, the crimson heat reaching all the way to her ears. In her entire life, no man had ever dared speak to her in such a flippant, bold way. And what infuriated her even more was the humiliating fact that her own mind betrayed her. Betrayed her with an answer so mortifying that she wanted to slap herself. Yes, handsome. Incredibly, ridiculously handsome. You, shameless. Blushing furiously with anger and embarrassment, she somehow found a burst of strength, shoving me away as hard as she could. Stumbling back a few steps, she wiped at her chin with the back of her hand as though trying to erase something tainted. Flames of indignation danced in her phoenix-like eyes as she glared at me. At that moment, she resembled nothing less than a fierce lioness who'd just had her tail yanked, fiery, defiant, and she carried a delicate charm, tinged with a hint of shy coquettishness that was hard to describe. I chuckled heartily and decided not to tease her anymore. When it comes to this kind of tsundere personality, knowing when to stop is key. It yields the best effect. All right, the mess outside is taken care of. Let's get back to eating, I said nonchalantly, turning around as if the roguish, flirtatious man from a moment ago wasn't me at all. Standing nearby, Su Qinxue and Lu Ruyan were at a loss for how to respond to the unexpected moment. Especially Lu Ruyan, her cheeks flushed pink, and she couldn't even look in our direction. That scene just now, marked by my confident return and swift, decisive action, had completely transformed the atmosphere of this worn-down woodshed. If the three of them earlier had still been a group bound by shared hardships, I had now clearly become the undeniable leader and central figure of this small circle. You. Qin Mingyue glared at my indifferent back, gritting her teeth in frustration. She wanted to lash out, but the thought of the overwhelming display of combat ability from earlier forced her to swallow her words. She couldn't beat me. The phrase, can't win, reluctantly echoed in her mind, filling her with a sense of helplessness. I sat back down on the haystack, picked up the now somewhat lukewarm bowl of meat soup, and began gulping it down. That bit of exercise earlier had taken a lot out of me, and I needed to refuel. Su Qinxue quietly went back to her seat and nibbled on her steamed bun, but her curious and pensive gaze kept drifting toward me. This man, He was becoming more and more of a mystery to her. Lin, brother Lin. Lu Rian timidly scooted closer. She gently slid her nearly untouched bowl of soup toward me, her voice soft and cautious as she said, "You just fought a tough battle. You must be exhausted. Here, you should have mine." The meat chunks in her bowl had been neatly pushed to one side with her chopsticks, clearly intended for me. Her sudden gesture of kindness made me pause mid-sip of soup. I looked up at this Jiangnan scholar with a fragile demeanor who had always huddled in the corner like a frightened rabbit. She kept her head low, too shy to meet my gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering nervously, while her hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of her clothes. For some reason, my heart softened a little. Is this what ancient women were like? Gentle, considerate, and tender enough to care for you with their whole heart. I gave her a small smile, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer, but instead, I picked the largest piece of meat from my own bowl and placed it into hers. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness," I said, my tone warm but with a firm, protective undertone. "But I'm a man, the head of our little household. How could I take from you? Be a good girl and finish it. Keep your body healthy. As long as I have meat to eat, you'll never have to settle for just soup." Lu Rian's head snapped up in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tears shimmered in her large, glistening eyes as though on the verge of spilling over. How long had it been since anyone cared about her hunger or showed concern for her well-being? Since the tragic day her family fell apart, she had been like duckweed adrift in this world, floating, rudderless, enduring cold stares and cruel treatment. Yet now, this man, her husband in name only, had brought her a rare moment of warmth and respect in the simplest and most sincere way. Her eyes reddened as she lowered her head and softly murmured, "Mm." She began eating that piece of meat in tiny bites, tears falling uncontrollably into her bowl, causing little ripples in the broth. Watching this, Su Qinxue couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. She silently picked up her own soup bowl and put the pieces of meat from it into mine. "Rian is right. You expended a lot just now. You should eat more," she said serenely and matter-of-factly, like a wife taking care of her husband. "I'm a doctor. I know how to nourish the body. This bit of meat will benefit you more than it would me." I looked at the pile of meat that had suddenly appeared in my bowl and couldn't help but laugh. Great. They're spoiling me now? I turned to Su Qinxue, only to find her looking at me with gentle eyes, her gaze as clear as a mountain stream, filled with nothing but pure concern. My heartstrings were tugged ever so slightly. Without arguing further, I nodded with a smile and said, "All right, then I won't hold back. I gotta say this soft rice tastes pretty amazing." Of course, Su Qinxue didn't understand the modern slang I'd just casually dropped. She simply assumed it was another joke and smiled with quiet amusement. Her smile was like the gentle breeze of spring carrying the scent of blooming flowers. For a brief moment, the dilapidated woodshed seemed to fill with a cozy warmth. But standing alone in a corner was Qin Mingyue, staring blankly at her own bowl of meat, which seemed so sparse and lonely compared to the heaping pile of love offerings in mine. Suddenly, the steamed bun in her mouth didn't taste so good anymore. Biting her lip, a wave of inexplicable irritation and grievance rose within her. Why? Why are they all being so nice to him? So what if he managed to beat up a couple of street thugs? What's so great about that, anyway? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she slammed her bowl down onto the ground with a loud bang. The sudden noise shattered the warmth in the room. The three of us turned to look at her in unison. "I'm not eating anymore," she barked defiantly, her neck stiff like a proud rooster ready for a fight. But her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her true feelings. Looking at her, I could hardly suppress a laugh. Her whole demeanor screamed, "Come coax me. If you don't, I'll cry right here and now." I took my time, finishing the last sip of soup. After carefully wiping my mouth, I stood up leisurely and walked over to her. "What's wrong? Not enough meat for you? I don't care about your lousy meat." She huffed, tilting her head to the side like some haughty noble, her expression cleanly conveying, asterisk, "I'm above all this. None of you are worthy." Asterisk. Ah, perfect timing. I nodded. Then, with lightning speed, I reached into her bowl, snatching the biggest piece of meat right in front of her and popping it into my mouth. Qin Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom the audacity. How could someone this shameless even exist in the same world as her? You, you give that back, she shouted in frustration, lunging forward to reclaim her food. Chewing methodically, I replied through a mouth half full of meat. Didn't you just say you didn't want it? I'm just helping solve the problem. Waste not, want not. I. The words caught in her throat, her face turning scarlet like an overripe tomato. Watching her fume like an ignited firecracker, I finally decided to stop teasing. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a small package wrapped in wax paper and extended it toward her. She blinked in confusion before instinctively taking it. When she opened the wrapping, a golden, sweetly fragrant piece of osmanthus cake was revealed. This, I grabbed it earlier from the kitchen, I said nonchalantly, my tone regaining its calm, laced with a hint of understated gentleness. You seem to like sweets a lot. Consider it dessert after your meal. Qin Minghua froze on the spot. Her gaze shifted between the elegant, aromatic cake resting in her palm and me, her thoughts in chaos as if struck by something deep within. How did he know I liked osmanthus cake? When he was in the kitchen earlier, beyond just grabbing the meal, he deliberately picked this out for me. A wave of emotion, sweet yet tangy, flooded her heart. The once impenetrable defenses around her feelings started to falter and crack. Seeing her wide-eyed, almost childlike expression, I chuckled quietly, satisfied. Got her. When dealing with a tsundere like her, cold and tough on the surface with a soft heart underneath, a mix of teasing followed by sweetness works wonders. But just as I was savoring the small victory, a clear notification sound rang in my mind. Asterisk ding. Detected an increase in Qin Mingyue's affection level. Emotional fluctuations, major. Asterisk. I paused for a minute mid-thought, but before I could process this gain, the next alert made my face tense slightly. Asterisk ding. Detected Lu Rian's emotional turmoil. Sadness mingled with gratitude, triggering a hidden condition. Asterisk. Turning my gaze, I focused on the slender figure silently shedding tears in the corner. Lu Rian, the once renowned Jiangnan scholar, now looked fragile as her shoulders quivered faintly. A bold idea surfaced in my mind almost involuntarily. Approaching her gingerly, I crouched beside her, softening my voice with uncharacteristic seriousness. Rian, tell me, do you want to clear your grandfather's name? Clear your grandfather's name. That simple sentence, spoken so lightly, struck her like a thunderclap from the heavens. Her head shot up, her tear-streaked face full of disbelief. Those bright almond-shaped eyes, still glistening with tears, flared with a mix of yearning and trepidation. Exoneration. Those two words encapsulated her every waking thought, the core of her existence since her world crumbled to dust. Her grandfather, Lu Zongyuan, an unyielding scholar celebrated throughout Jiangnan, had been unjustly imprisoned due to a poem critiquing corrupt governance. The Prime Minister, Zhang Jiyong, sealed his fate, while she, stripped of every privilege, was reduced to the shameful status of a convict's granddaughter, scorned and broken. I. Her lips quivered, longing to voice her deepest desires, but her mind screamed for restraint. Zhang Jiyong held unchallenged power over the empire, and they were nothing but soldiers stationed in obscurity, powerless specks in the grand scheme of politics. How could this possibly be a reality? Lin Feng, Su Qinxue stepped forward instinctively, supporting Lu Rian, her brows furrowed in concern as she addressed me sharply. Don't fill Rian with empty promises. Zhang Jiyong's influence and authority are insurmountable. To challenge him? That's sheer folly. Her tone held both caution and disapproval, worried that false hope might destroy Lu Rian's already fragile spirit. False hope. I rose slowly, my gaze steely, sweeping over the three women standing before me, each bearing scars from their turbulent pasts. No, this isn't hope. This is a goal. Walking toward the heart of the room, I stood tall, the quiet confidence in my voice carrying weight that was hard to ignore. We will exonerate Lu Zongyuan. We will clear the name of Su Tai. And finally, my eyes found Qin Mingyue, still clutching the little osmanthus cake, her expression layered with shock and bitterness. We will uncover the truth behind Qin Lai, the Eagle Battalion captain's death, and exact revenge upon those responsible. Boom. My final declaration crushed down on Qin Mingyue like a hammer, smashing her chest. Her head whipped upward. That previously calm pair of phoenix eyes now burned with raw fury and grief. "You, how do you know about my father?" she demanded, trembling with emotion. Her father's death was her deepest wound. 3 years ago, during a campaign against the northern barbarians, Qin Lai supposedly acted recklessly, endangering the unit, resulting in his death on the battlefield. Worse still, he was posthumously dishonored with disgrace, forever tarnishing his reputation. However, she knew her father, an astute and cautious military man. Such a careless misstep was unimaginable. There's definitely a conspiracy behind all of this, I thought aloud. I didn't answer directly, but instead opened my hands, speaking clearly and slowly. To achieve all of this, we're still missing one thing. What is it? Su Qinxue instinctively asked. Power, I said, clenching my fist and feeling the surge of vigor rushing within me. The kind of absolute power that can overturn the entire chessboard. My gaze swept from Su Qinxue to Lu Ruyan, and finally landed on Qin Mingyue like an unsheathed blade, sharp and piercing. I've mentioned this before. My strength comes from you all. One's already taken care of. There are two remaining. A confident smirk curved upon my lips. Qin Mingyue, it's your turn now, I declared. The air in the woodshed grew heavy and tense instantly. Qin Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively took a step back, clutching the osmanthus cake in her hand tightly. Her voice was fierce, but her tone betrayed her unease. Don't even think about it. I, Qin Mingyue, would rather die than let myself be manipulated by you. This man was terrifying, his power unfathomable, his mind as cunning as a fox. He effortlessly saw through each of their innermost desires and obsessions. Manipulation? I chuckled, closing the distance between us step by step, each movement laden with an oppressive aura. No, I told you, this is an alliance, a vow of vengeance. I don't need to ally with you. She spat through gritted teeth, refusing to retreat further. Is that so? I was already face to face with her, looking down from above. Then tell me, how exactly do you plan to kill Ma Chaochuan, the adjutant who had your father killed? He's been promoted to centurion and is now a high-ranking officer in this very northern frontier army. With no status, no resources to your name, what are you going to do? Beat him to death with a fire poker? You. Qin Mingyue was struck like a bolt of lightning, her face instantly turning pale. Ma Chaochuan. That name. She had only ever overheard it mentioned once by her father's former soldiers. But Lin Feng, how did this man know so much? I've given you the chance to choose, I said coldly, my patience evaporating. Now, I have no time to humor your little games of playing tough. Before she could react, I moved. Qin Mingyue barely registered the motion. Her wrist was already caught in an iron grip. She instinctively fought back, her other hand striking a makeshift chop aimed at my neck. But the strike was laughably weak in comparison to me. I deflected it effortlessly, pushing her backward in a fluid motion until her back hit the wall behind her. She was pinned, completely immobilized. "Let go of me!" she screamed, struggling fiercely, a mixture of anger and shame flashing in her eyes. Her entire repertoire of martial arts seemed useless against this man. Sister Su. Ruyan, she cried out for help. Su Qinxue and Lu Ruyan froze in fear, too stunned and intimidated by my icy stare to move. You too. Turn around, I ordered without sparing them a glance. After a slight hesitation, they obeyed, slowly turning their backs to the scene. Lin Feng, you bastard! Qin Mingyue shouted, unleashing a flurry of curses. The more she hurled at me, the filthier they became. But her insults were meaningless to me. With one arm holding her tightly immobilized, I raised her hand forcibly with my other hand, making her face the heavens. This is the last time I'm saying this, I declared in a voice as cold as winter frost, my breath brushing against her ear. This isn't submission, it's an alliance. Swear before the heavens, and I'll help you avenge your father. Otherwise, your fate is to rot away in this army camp. Qin Mingyue's voice cracked as tears rolled down her cheeks. Humiliation, rage, despair, all of it mixed with the seething hatred she'd buried deep within her heart. It overwhelmed her completely. She knew she had no choice. This man, this devil who could see through human souls, who played people like pawns in a chess game, had cornered her utterly. Closing her eyes, she allowed the tears to fall as she slowly bowed her head, that proud and unyielding head of hers finally bending ever so slightly before the heavens. When she turned back, her eyes carried nothing but pure venom as she glared at me. From between clenched teeth, she spat each word with burning hatred. I, Qin Mingyue, am your wife now. Ding. System has detected the formation of a marital bond between the host and a woman. Condition fulfilled. Asterisk asterisk red lawn celestial tome asterisk asterisk. Page 2 unlocked. A radiant light exploded within my mind once again. Bond detected with Qin Mingyue. Evaluating. Asterisk asterisk newlywed. Qin Mingyue asterisk asterisk identity. Daughter of a fallen general bloodline. White tiger lineage. Thin. Talent. Spear mastery. Dormant. Initial affection. Hostility. -10 out of 100. Overall rating. Mid-tier heaven grade. Evaluation complete. Awarding initial tier rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received beginner level overlord strength, metal affinity physique. In that instant, a storm of energy unlike the gentle vitality of Su Qinshue's powers rushed through me. This energy was sharp, domineering, and utterly untamed. It roared like a flood breaching a dam, recklessly flooding every corner of my body. Where Su Qinshue's abilities represented life, this was the embodiment of pure, unrelenting destruction. Every fiber of my muscles, every inch of bone was being remade as this metallic energy shredded, refined, and reformed them anew. The excruciating pain clawed at my very being, but I gritted my teeth as pure resolve flickered in my eyes. Unparalleled excitement. My power is growing at a terrifyingly insane speed. Asterisk ding. Host cultivation realm upgraded. 6th rank of the body refinement realm. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Host cultivation realm upgraded. 5th rank of the body refinement realm. Asterisk. A succession of melodious notification tones reverberated in my mind like divine music. I abruptly released Qin Mingyue and let out an uninhibited, exhilarating howl towards the sky. I could feel it. An ancient, feral beast seemed to lurk within my body, brimming with explosive energy. As I clenched my fists, the very air seemed to crackle and pop under the force. Looking at Qin Mingyue, her tear-streaked face filled with startled disbelief, I grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Don't look at me like that," I said, raising a hand and gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks with my fingertip. My tone carried a teasing playfulness. "I told you we're allies. Now, shall we talk about how to help you reclaim your father's silver lance of dragon's guts?" The silver lance of dragon's guts? Her tearful phoenix eyes quivered violently. That wasn't just her father's personal weapon. It was a famed divine weapon of the Northern Army, weighing 81 pounds, its shaft forged of extraterrestrial meteorite alloyed with finely tempered steel. It was so heavy that ordinary people couldn't even lift it. After her father fell in battle, the divine weapon disappeared amidst the chaos. She had scoured countless leads, all claiming it was lost during the upheaval. Yet now, "How do you know the lance still exists?" she asked, her voice raspy and filled with urgency. "Not only do I know it exists," I replied evenly, retracting my hand, my calm tone carrying an aura of absolute certainty that made her heart involuntarily race. "I know it's currently in Ma Chaochuan's hands. He's flaunting your father's divine weapon, soaking in the glory of the position your father fought and died for. Now tell me, isn't that ironic?" Each word landed like a steel needle, piercing deep into her heart. "Ma Chao-kun." Her voice seethed with rage. The name escaped her lips as though squeezed through clenched teeth. A burning hatred ignited in her eyes as her nails dug fiercely into her palms, but she seemed oblivious to the pain. "I'll kill him," she hissed with venom. "Kill him? Of course, you'll kill him." I nodded, my expression turning calculatingly cold, like a seasoned hunter assessing their prey. "But not now. He's a commander, always surrounded by personal guards, his camp heavily fortified. Charging in recklessly would be suicide." I paused, letting my words sink in before continuing with a voice dripping with temptation. "If you want revenge, want to reclaim your father's legacy, You must become stronger than him. And I can help you. I studied Qin Mingyue closely, as if evaluating an unpolished gem. Her white tiger lineage, her mastery of spear techniques, these talents made her a killing machine destined for the battlefield. She glared at me, her hatred giving way to a storm of conflicting emotions swirling in her eyes. She detested the way I was forcing her hand with such crude manipulation, but she couldn't deny that every word I said struck right at the core of her deepest desires. And why should I trust you? She forced out, her last vestiges of pride barely keeping her standing. For this, I answered, smiling faintly. Without bothering with further explanation, I walked to the center of the woodshed, where the thickest wooden support beam stood, a column as wide as an adult's leg. Su Qingxue and Lu Ruyan watched me nervously, unsure of my intentions. Even Qin Mingyue unconsciously held her breath. Taking a deep breath, I tensed my right arm. Muscle fibers bulged instantly, and veins snaked across my skin like coiled dragons. A dense, domineering white energy began to coil around my clenched fist, a manifestation of pure, destructive power. The body of wrought gold, the might of a tyrant. Huh! With a low, guttural shout, I threw a single unadorned punch directly at the wooden beam. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. A deafening explosion roared through the cramped woodshed. The solid beam, as sturdy as fortified timber could be, trembled violently like an ancient gate battered by a siege ram. Then, before the aghast eyes of the three women, cracks began spiderwebbing outwards from the center of impact where my fist had struck. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. The sound of wood splintering was incessant. Calmly, I withdrew my fist. Left behind was a fist imprint half an inch deep, its edges unnaturally smooth, as though polished to perfection. The column, which bore the entire weight of the woodshed, was now riddled with vicious cracks, creaking ominously as if the roof might collapse at any moment. Silence. A deathly, oppressive silence consumed the room. Su Qingxue and Lu Ruyan were left dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open as they alternated between staring at the fractured beam and my unscathed fist, their minds blank with disbelief. Was this even human strength? It was like standing before a humanoid beast. For Qin Mingyue, the shock she felt was several magnitudes greater. Her pupils constricted into pinpricks as uncontained astonishment coursed through her. Others might only see incredible raw power, but as someone deeply trained in martial arts, she truly grasped the horrifying truth behind that punch. It wasn't just raw strength. A typical fighter, no matter how strong, punching a wooden Jew. The pits were shattered and irregular, but the imprint of my fist, its edges smooth as if cut by a blade, revealed a shocking truth. My strength had been honed to an inconceivable degree, with every ounce of force accurately channeled to the tip of my fist, not a single bit wasted. This level of control over power, she had only ever seen it in one person, her father, Qin Lai, the fierce and legendary commander of the Eagle Guards. No, this surpassed even him. If before I'd been a mysterious individual with remarkable skills and unfathomable intentions in her eyes, I was now a towering, impenetrable mountain, inspiring a subtle yet undeniable urge within her to bow in reverence. Well, do you believe me now? I shook my hand lightly, as if I'd done something trivial, savoring the sight of Qin Mingyue's face. Her expression screamed, "My worldview has collapsed again." Internally, I was quite pleased with myself. The strength of a conqueror, undeniably dominant. I felt like I could actually punch a bull to death with raw power alone. Qin Mingyue didn't answer. She simply stared at me, dazed. Her proud, phoenix-like eyes, along with all her stubbornness, skepticism, and hostility, had been utterly shattered by this single punch. What replaced them was a feeling she couldn't quite articulate, something between awe and submission. She slowly stepped forward in silence. After a pause, she did something no one could have anticipated. She knelt before me on one knee. It was a formal salute, the kind a subordinate military officer would give to their superior. "From this moment on, my life belongs to you," she said, her voice devoid of resistance, filled only with resolute conviction. "Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Just promise me one thing. Let me take my revenge on my enemies." With this kneeling gesture, The wild and untamed steed finally bowed its head and surrendered. I nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to help her to her feet. Good. As I looked at the three women in front of me, Su Qing Snow with her unparalleled medical talent, Qin Mingyue with her combat prowess, and Lu Ruyan, a master of strategy, I realized that the perfect, infinitely capable initial team had finally formed. My heart swelled with boundless ambition. The future now seemed limitless. And just then, my stomach growled inappropriately once more. With a surge in strength came an enormous energy depletion. That earlier meal was nowhere near enough. I awkwardly patted my stomach. I'll go to the kitchen and find more food for you, Su Qing Snow said quickly, her tone filled with a new kind of total trust and reliance on me. No need. I shook my head, a glint flashing in my eye. Food from the kitchen. How could that possibly compare to what we can personally acquire? Turning, I cast my gaze toward the scout camp's crude quarters just outside the firewood shed, a sly grin tugging at the corner of my mouth. I looked at Qin Mingyue, my tone deliberately casual. What do you think if we borrow some rice and preserved meat from Li Hu's barracks tonight? He wouldn't mind, would he? Borrow? The moment I uttered that word, Qin Mingyue's phoenix eyes, which had just regained their calm, suddenly lit up. The light wasn't one of anger or embarrassment, it was excitement. The thrill of a hunter setting its sights on prey. Let's do it, she agreed immediately, her excitement making her voice tremble slightly. When do we go? This man is absolutely insane. Completely, utterly insane. He'd just crippled half of Li Hu's men earlier, and now he wanted to march straight into the man's base and borrow his food? That wasn't provocation anymore. It was an outright declaration of war. And yet, for some reason, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt her blood pumping furiously in her veins. This lawless, unapologetic way of exacting revenge and taking what you wanted, it was exhilarating beyond belief. Don't be reckless. Su Qing Snow panicked, grabbing my arm and trying to dissuade me. Lin Feng, you've already offended Li Hu beyond repair. His brother, Li Bao, is a captain in charge of 100 soldiers. We should be lying low, avoiding confrontation, not avoid confrontation. I interrupted her, shaking my head, my gaze sharp like a blade. Let me ask you this. Which is scarier, a starving tiger or a well-fed one? Su Qing Snow froze, instinctively replying, of course, the well-fed one. Exactly, I smirked. Right now, we're nothing more than a starving tiger who can't even lift its claws. The only way to fight wolves is to make sure we've eaten first. Relax, I'm not going to start a fight. I'm simply going to borrow something. I said it so earnestly, yet the cunning glint in my eyes made it impossible for her to feel at ease. I didn't explain further. Instead, I gave out simple instructions. Mingyue and I will go. Qing Snow, Ruyan, the two of you stay here and lock the door from the inside. Remember, no matter who comes knocking, don't open the door unless it's us. My choice of words was deliberate. Calling her Mingyue and referring to this place as home made Qin Mingyue's heart inexplicably tremble. Her cheeks flushed softly as she instinctively nodded. The night was as dark as ink, and most of the soldiers in the camp had already retired to their beds, save for a few scattered patrols. The squad carried torches, pacing back and forth in the distance. Qin Mingyue and I moved like two shadows merged into the night, silently weaving through the shadows of the barracks. I led the way, my footsteps light as those of a feline, landing without a sound, perfectly avoiding all the stationed and hidden guards. Qin Mingyue followed behind, increasingly astonished at each step. This level of stealth was far beyond the skill of an ordinary scout. Even the most elite in the army, those in the famed Night Stalkers, likely couldn't execute this with such ease and grace. Who exactly is this man? How many more secrets is he hiding? Soon, we reached the farthest row of barracks within the scout camp. This was where the squad leader Li Hu and his closest cronies resided. The lamp inside was still lit, and faint sounds of raucous laughter and curses seeped through the door. I signaled Qin Mingyue to hold position with a hand gesture, took a deep breath, and approached the door. I didn't knock, nor did I push it open gently. Instead, I lifted my foot and, with a calculated disdain, delivered a ferocious kick that slammed the wooden door open. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The deafening crash reverberated through the entire barracks, silencing the noise within. Dozens of pairs of eyes instantly shot toward the doorway. There I stood, arms crossed, casually leaning against the doorframe with a playful smirk painted on my face. The air in the barracks was thick with the stench of sweat, rancid feet, and cheap alcohol. 7 or 8 shirtless, tattooed veterans circled around a rundown table playing dice, surrounded by empty wine jugs. These were Lihu's core enforcers, the rotten eggs of the team, bullies who oppressed rookies, wreaking havoc wherever they went. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a burly man with a scruffy beard smacked the table and stood up, his drunken eyes fixed on me. He jabbed his finger in my direction and unleashed a string of slurred insults, calling me blind for having the audacity to kick in Tiger Boss's door. Tiger Boss. I chuckled, as if hearing the punchline of some joke. Casually, I scratched my ear, then strolled into the room as if inspecting my dominion. My eyes swept over each of them like a lion surveying his territory. You mean that cripple with the broken wrist, the one who was on his knees barking like a dog? The scruffy bearded man roared with anger. He grabbed a wooden stool beside him and swung it at my head with full force. Others sprang to their feet, their faces twisted with malicious glee, eager to see me get what's coming. But the smirks vanished almost immediately. As the stool came hurtling at me, I didn't so much as blink. I simply lifted one hand. Smack! The stool halted midair, caught effortlessly in my grip. Then, tightening my fingers, asterisk crack, asterisk. The solid wooden stool splintered into pieces within my hand like brittle twigs, shards of wood scattering across the room. The burly man staggered backward, shaking from the force that surged through the stool and into him. His hand seared with pain, and he fell flat on his rear, staring at me with the wide-eyed expression of someone who had just witnessed the impossible. The entire barracks fell silent once more. Smashing a solid wooden stool barehanded? Is this guy even human? I let the broken fragments drop from my hand, brushing off my palms casually, my smirk unwavering, but my eyes now cold and penetrating. Looks like you boys have been out of the loop. My gaze swept over them again as I addressed the room, my voice slow and deliberate. Starting today, Lihu's reign over this scout camp is officially over. I walked over to the gambling table, briefly glancing at the pitiful collection of copper coins and scattered silver bits piled on its surface. Shaking my head, I said, "Gambling, boozing, bullying rookies. Is this why you signed up to be soldiers?" My tone wasn't loud, but it carried a weight that pressed down on every man present, triggering an unspoken guilt among those accustomed to their debauchery. "I don't care what kind of crap you pulled before," I continued, stepping onto the table with one foot, my voice commanding, brooking no dissent. "But from now on, I, Lin Feng, am your new rule." Lifting one finger, I began to make my point. "First, starting today, I call the shots in this squad. My words are orders. Anyone who dares defy me." I pointed to the scruffy man still sitting dazed on the ground. "That will be your fate." A second finger. "Second, all your petty thefts, your abuses, your underhanded deeds. I'll overlook them just this once. But from here on, if anyone raises their fists against their fellow brothers, I'll take those fists right off." "Think I won't." A third finger, and a devilish grin crept across my face. "Third, and most importantly, follow me, and I promise you this. You'll eat meat at every meal. You'll have money to pocket every month. And when battle calls, I'll lead you to riches, to promotions, to glory. I'll turn every one of you lowly grunts into men worth mentioning." Carrot and stick, my favorite leadership strategy, honed in my previous life as a special ops commander. Dealing with soldiers like these wasn't just about instilling fear. You had to show them a better future, something tangible to hold on to, a reason to follow you. Sure enough, as I finished, the expressions on their faces began to change. Fear, doubt, but more importantly, a glimmer of hope long buried began to resurface in their eyes. Why does someone join the army in the first place? To fill their belly, to rise in rank, to bring honor to their family. Lihu's leadership gave them nothing but the leeway to bully others. It never brought them real benefits. Now, this man standing before them, who seemed monstrously powerful yet strangely charismatic, promised something far better. And I drew them in with such an irresistibly tempting carrot. What's that? You don't believe me. Seeing right through their thoughts, I walked over to the corner of the room, where Lee, who had been hoarding sacks of rice and slabs of cured meats. I hefted a bag of rice weighing at least 100 pounds onto my shoulder, then casually picked up two glossy, glistening slabs of bacon with my other hand, as effortlessly as if it were two stalks of straw. These, I slammed the goods onto the table with a solid thunk, are a little welcoming gift from me to all of you. I let the words sink in as I continued. Tonight, everyone gets a feast. Consider it a celebration of this new team coming together. After finishing, I grabbed the remaining sack of rice and a few more slabs of cured meat, slinging them effortlessly onto my back as I turned and strolled toward the door. From the moment I had started moving until now, not one of them dared to step forward and stop me. They merely exchanged glances loaded with unease and disbelief, eyes fixed on the man before them, someone who had barged into their lives like a descending storm god, establishing his authority with brute force and merciless efficiency. Standing at the doorway, I stopped and cast them a backward glance. Narrowing my eyes, I tilted my head toward the scruffy, bearded fellow still sitting paralyzed on the floor. "Hey you, what's your name?" He flinched, scrambling to his feet in a panicked hurry, stammering, Sir Lin, I'm called Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui." I nodded, as though making a mental note, and then spoke in a casual, almost dismissive tone, as if talking to a servant. "From now on, you're with me. For now, go to the camp kitchen and find yourself a big pot. Boil all this meat thoroughly. Oh, and make sure to add plenty of water. Every brother here tonight gets a bowl of hot soup." Wang Dachui stood there immobilized, looking like his soul had just stepped out of his body. His eyes darted nervously between me, my amused smirk, and the enticingly fragrant pile of cured meat on the table. His brain short-circuited for a moment. Follow Lin Feng. Make soup for him, and the others? This plot twist couldn't be right. By normal rules, someone like Lin Feng, someone bold enough to challenge Hu Ji's, Tiger's, authority, should have been beaten to death and tossed out to the wolves at the graveyard by now. So how had the script flipped so suddenly? Now he had to cook for this so-called enemy? What? My voice dropped slightly, carrying a distinct edge of menace. You don't want to? And no, that's not it at all. Wang Dachui snapped out of his daze with an obvious shiver, his gaze flicking to the hand I had earlier used to snap a bench in half. And, even more vividly, recalling the miserable sight of Li, who just moments before. His whole body trembled like jelly. Want to or not, he wouldn't dare voice a single no. "Of course, Sir Lin. I'm more than willing." His head bobbed up and down like a chicken picking grains, squeezing out a crooked grin that looked even worse than crying. "I'll get on it right away." Without another look, he scooped the cured meat off the table into his arms and practically fled, not even bothering to find a pot as he staggered and stumbled like a man being chased by a tiger. Satisfied with his miserable retreat, I adjusted the load on my shoulder, making my way out the barracks door with Qin Mingyue beside me. Behind us, the remaining soldiers, each wearing an expression that flickered between awe and dread, gawked in stunned silence as we left. Not until Mai and Qin Mingyue's figures disappeared into the darkness of the night did anyone dare to loosen up. They collectively collapsed onto the floor like lifeless puppets, gasping for air. In the span of just a few minutes, they felt as though they'd all brushed shoulders with death itself. That guy, is he even human?" One soldier clutching a broken arm muttered nervously. Another weakly cursed through the gap left by his two missing front teeth, mumbling how in all his years, even in the bloodiest battles, he'd never seen anyone like this. Everyone had lingering fear in their hearts. Lin Feng's presence left an oppressive weight too heavy to shake off. It wasn't like Li Hu's facade of petty bullying, backed only by opportunistic cronies. No, this was a raw, intrinsic dominance, an aura forged by someone who truly cared for nothing and feared no one. "Shut it, all of you," barked a wiry figure who had to this point remained unscathed and silent. This was Li Ergo, the most cunning and perceptive of the lot, the only one smart enough not to step so much as an inch forward when the chaos broke out earlier. Surveying the wreckage of their barracks, Li Ergo narrowed his eyes faintly at my parting words, his gaze sharp and calculating. "Can't you all see it yet?" he hissed, lowering his voice. "Just watch. Things in this scout camp, they're about to change. That very night, something peculiar and unprecedented occurred within the scout camp. The man everyone had presumed dead meat, Lin Feng, not only survived, but had beaten Li Hu and his lackeys half to death. Then, brazen and unchallenged, he seized Li Hu's hidden stockpile of rice and cured meats, cooking up a savory pot full of steaming soup. And the kicker? He didn't just share the spoils with his 3 stunningly beautiful wives. He made sure every soldier uninvolved in the earlier skirmish drank their fill as well. Naturally, the camp buzzed with speculation. Some said he'd gotten insanely lucky and had somehow had an epiphany after his injuries healed. Others insisted he'd been playing dumb this whole time, a tiger masking as an idle cat. Whatever the case, most of them hadn't come to any conclusions. They held back judgment, unsure of just how this bold, overconfident rookie would fare once Li Hu's older brother, Baihu Zhang Li Bao, arrived. At the break of dawn the next day, the scout camp's training ground was packed to the brim. All eyes were fixated on the drama about to unfold. As for me, I stood front and center, calm as could be. My composure made it seem as though nothing at all had happened the night before. Behind me stood the 3 women, Su Qingxue, Qin Mingyue, and Lu Ruyan, refreshed and radiant after a night of rest, their beauty shining through even simple, coarse clothing, free now from grime and filth. That's enough to drive any man wild, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Especially when 3 breathtakingly gorgeous women, each with a completely different style, suddenly appeared in this testosterone-filled military camp. They instantly became the center of attention. Many soldiers glanced at me with looks full of undisguised jealousy and envy. Across from me, Li Hu was clutching his arm, which was suspended in a sling, with an expression of pure venom as he stood beside a man even more robust than him, with strikingly similar features. This man was his older brother, Li Bao, a company commander of the recon unit. Li Bao's face was so dark it looked like it might drip water. He stared at his brother's pitiful state, then at me, standing there calm and indifferent as if nothing was related to me. Murderous intent burned so fiercely in his eyes it was nearly tangible. "You're Lin Feng." His voice was rough and metallic, like iron scraping against iron, laced with deadly intent. "That's me." I nodded, even flashing him a faint smile. "Good? Very good." Li Bao was so furious he laughed, pointing a finger at me as he barked orders to the soldiers around. Flouting military discipline, assaulting a superior officer, and harming comrades. Such a troublesome individual cannot go unpunished. Where is the rule of law in this northern frontier army if we let this go? "Men, here." Immediately, a group of a dozen burly personal guards stepped forward, wielding heavy batons, their demeanor aggressive. "Seize him. Execute him here and now." Li Bao's voice was cold and murderous, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Qingxue and Lu Ruyan's faces turned deathly pale. Qin Mingyue clenched her fists and stepped in front of me, ready to shield me. "Hold it right there." Just as the guards were about to rush forward, I spoke leisurely. I gently pushed Qin Mingyue aside and faced Li Bao's fiery gaze directly, my expression still unperturbed. "Commanderly, you claim I assaulted a superior officer and harmed my comrades. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Li Bao sneered. "My brother and these injured comrades are living witnesses. What more evidence do you need?" "Oh." I looked around at the scene, my gaze landing on the thugs-turned soldiers whom I had thrashed yesterday. Many of them were now cowering, visibly trembling. I asked loudly, "Can anyone here tell us what really happened last night?" My question was met with deafening silence. Those beaten soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, heads down and avoiding eye contact. Not a single one dared to step forward. What a joke. Li Bao may be a company commander, but he couldn't keep eyes on them at all hours. Meanwhile, my overwhelming, almost supernatural display of strength last night had already left an indelible mark on their psyches. Crossing Li Bao might earn them a beating, but crossing this demon? That was a death sentence. Desperate, Li Hu turned on his men, cursing them out, trying to compel them to speak against me. But still, no one answered. Li Bao's expression darkened further. "Well done. So you're all conspiring to rebel now, are you?" He quit wasting words, his aura suddenly surging with overwhelming force, a suffocating presence belonging to a 6th-tier body refinement expert barreled straight toward me. If that's the case, I'll personally put you down. Before he finished speaking, his figure shot forward like a cannonball, his fist aiming straight for my face. The power behind it was ferocious, accompanied by a whistling gale. It was leagues beyond what his younger brother could manage. Soldiers around us instinctively retreated several steps to avoid being caught in the fray. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming attack, I only looked disappointed. Is that it? I shook my head. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone present, I lazily threw my own punch. The mismatched fists clashed midair with a deafening boom. The sound echoed across the training grounds, and a visible shockwave rippled outward from the impact. Everyone thought that my slim frame would surely be sent flying by Li Bao's powerful strike. But the result made everyone's jaws drop. I stood there, unmoving, steady as a mountain. On the other hand, the aggressive company commander, Li Bao, was sent stumbling backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps before he barely managed to regain his balance. The arm he had punched with was trembling uncontrollably, and the knuckles of his fist were cut and bloodied. One punch. That was all it took. The difference in strength was clear as day. This can't be real. Li Bao looked at his injured fist, then back at me, who didn't have a single scratch. His eyes were filled with equal parts shock and disbelief. He was a 6th-tier body refinement expert. Outside of the captain of the unit, his strength was unmatched. This Lin Feng, what kind of monster was he? I pulled my fist back, no longer interested. Commander Li, from what I can see, your skills seem unworthy of your rank. My words weren't loud, but everyone there heard them crystal clear. This was far worse than an insult. It was utter humiliation, using raw, undeniable strength to shame someone to their very core. Li Bao's face turned crimson, almost purple from anger and embarrassment. Looks like words alone won't convince you. I rolled my neck, a string of cracking sounds accompanying the motion. And then Lin Feng calmly smiled and said, "Military law? Son, sir, forgive my boldness, but how does someone like you, who sits in a warm room sipping tea, even begin to understand the lives we soldiers lead on the battlefield? I wouldn't dream of disrespecting military law, but I also won't just stand by while someone abuses their rank to mistreat their own men." My words hit the air like a stone tossed into a quiet pond. The room went silent except for the faint crackle of the warming coal furnace in the corner. Sun Dihai squinted at me, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, like a cat deciding whether to pounce. He clearly hadn't expected me to push back like this. Not in his office. Not with his reputation. I kept my expression calm. I knew the type, greedy, calculating, and used to holding all the cards. Men like him thrived on fear and submission, but you throw them a curveball, and suddenly they're scrambling to find balance. "Watch your mouth, Lin Feng," Sun Dihai finally said, his voice tinged with warning. "Do you know the consequences of disrespecting a superior officer? Maybe you're not afraid of the whip or the stockade, but believe me, my reach goes far beyond that. You should think carefully about your next words." I met his gaze without a hint of fear. "Respect isn't given," I said evenly. "It's earned. And with all due respect, Sir Sun, I haven't seen much reason to bow to your kind of authority." At that moment, I knew I was walking a fine line, playing with fire. But hey, someone had to show this man that not everyone could be intimidated or bought off. If he wanted a fight, he'd get one, my kind of fight. Surely my lord jests. I was merely exchanging skills with Commander Li. In the army, strength is held in high regard, and the strong are respected. Surely this doesn't count as a violation of military discipline. Exchanging skills? Sun Dihai's beard bristled in anger, his voice rising. "You call beating someone half to death exchanging skills? That just means Commander Li might need to practice his martial arts a little more," I replied, spreading my hands with an innocent expression. "And besides, back when I was on the verge of death, tossed into the woodshed to await my demise, where were your concerns about military discipline then? Now that I've somehow managed to survive, suddenly someone cares whether I've been following the rules." I paused for a moment, my smile growing more pointed. "My lord, don't you think this feels like bullying someone who's just trying to stay honest?" "You." Sun Dihai was so incensed he couldn't form a response for several seconds. He realized the man standing in front of him, Lin Feng, wasn't just frighteningly strong, but sharp-tongued too, his words cutting like knives. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he reached into a drawer, pulled out a dossier, and slammed it onto the table. Fine. Since you're so capable, I'm giving you an opportunity to serve the country. He pointed at the dossier, his tone icy. The northern barbarians have been moving aggressively in the Haifenku region recently, severely threatening our army's supply routes. I am now ordering you to infiltrate Haifenku alone, identify the barbarians' troop strength and their leaders' identities, and report back within 3 days. Haifenku? My gaze instantly turned cold. That place was notorious, one of the northern barbarians' most active scouting zones, with rough terrain that was easily defensible and difficult to attack. It was nicknamed the Graveyard of Scouts. Forget going solo. Even sending a 10-man team would likely end in disaster. This move of Sun Dihai's, well, what else could it be but an attempt to use the hands of the barbarians to kill me off? What a cunning ploy. What now? Frightened, Sun Dihai sneered gleefully, noting my moment of silence. If you kneel now, admit your mistakes, and hand over those 3 women of yours. His words turned lecherous, brimming with unbridled greed. The meaning behind his words was as vulgar as it was blatant. Hand over my 3 wives, and he'd consider assigning me an easier task. But my response froze all of his smugness on his face. I didn't shrink away. Instead, I laughed. I stepped forward, picked up the dossier, gave it a careful read, then nodded. What an excellent task. An opportunity to serve the country and earn merit on such a grand scale. How could I possibly be scared? Looking at Sun Dihai's now bewildered expression, I flashed him the brightest of smiles. But, my lord, for military matters of such importance, a verbal order alone doesn't seem quite proper, does it? What do you mean? A sense of unease began creeping into Sun Dihai's chest. My meaning is, I slapped the dossier down onto the table, leaning forward slightly as I spoke each word with deliberate clarity. I would like, my lord, for you to draft me a written military order. A military order? For a brief moment, Sun Dihai stared at me, his expression confused and doubtful, as if he had misheard me altogether. Was this guy insane? Or just plain foolish? Didn't he realize this mission was a death sentence? I had seen straight through the trap he'd set for me. Any rational man would refuse outright, argue, or negotiate for a safer role. Yet here I was, not only accepting but asking, no, demanding, that his scheme be solidified on paper, that this suicide mission be etched in black and white ink? Ludicrous, Sun Dihai scoffed, his lip curling into a sneer. He looked at me as though I were beyond help, a fool rushing to his own doom. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? It's just a damn scouting mission. Since when does something like that require a military order? Do you think you're some grand general leading a full-scale campaign? With respect, my lord, I must disagree. I responded, my expression calm yet my tone sharp. The smile vanished from my face as my voice grew more stern and resolute. In the military, words are not merely words. A military order isn't for my personal gain. It's about upholding the principle of discipline and fairness within the Northern Frontier Army. I stepped closer, my voice steady and filled with conviction. Consider, my lord, Haifenku is a deadly place, a perilous mission with little chance of survival. If I go there, I am offering my life to the nation. But say, just say, and I emphasize this is purely hypothetical, should I somehow survive, complete the task, and return with vital intelligence, only for your lordship to have been too occupied to recall assigning me the mission, how would I secure recognition of my sacrifice and achievement? Moreover, I continued, my tone turning sharper, if I were to lose my life in the effort, a written military order would allow my family to claim their rightful compensation. It wouldn't be like last time, where before a soldier had even taken their final breath, their supposed compensation was mysteriously converted into who knows what else. Each word was precise, each phrase justified, but every sentence a dagger aimed squarely at Sun Dihai, a direct and unyielding critique of his dirty, under-the-table dealings. The color drained from Sun Dihai's face instantly, his beady little eyes glinting with venomous malice. This Lin Feng, just as sly and sharp-tongued as that meddling Li Bao had warned. How dare you? He barked, slamming his hand on the desk. His voice thundered, though beneath his outrage lurked tangible insecurity. You think you can cast doubt on my reputation like this? Do you want to be charged with insubordination? Of course not, I said with a slight bow, my posture humble, yet my tone firm and unyielding. But military regulations are not to be trifled with. Any mission of life and death must require the signing of a military pledge. It clarifies rewards and punishments, motivating the troops. Surely, this is a rule passed down by our ancestors, is it not? My lord, you are well versed in the art of war, much more so than a rough soldier like myself. I'm certain you understand its importance far better than I. Over and over, I emphasized regulations and logic, effectively putting Sun Dihai in a corner without escape. He was left speechless. Indeed, this unwritten rule existed in the military, but it typically applied only to high-risk missions personally assigned by generals. What he had done, secretly assigning a dirty, obviously self-serving task using his title as a mere adjutant, was hardly the same. But I had boldly brought up the pledge. If he refused, it would only make him appear guilty, as if he truly intended to backstab me or shift the blame later. Fine, fine, fine. Sun Dihai sneered through his anger, his gaze fierce, brimming with murderous intent. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. I'll have a pledge drawn up for you. In his eyes, this was a death sentence. Single-handedly infiltrating? Never mind that, 100-man squad would barely scrape by in Blackwind Pass. No matter how strong I was, how could I possibly survive against 1,000-strong northern barbarian force? To him, I was already as good as dead. Promising a pledge, even granting me some honorary title, meant nothing to him. With that thought, his fury subsided somewhat. He leaned back into his chair, the corners of his lips curling into a predator's mocking smile, as though watching a mouse scurry foolishly into his trap. Go on then. What rewards do you want noted on this pledge? He asked. Here it comes. I suppressed the joy surging in my chest, though my face displayed nothing but flustered humility. Rubbing my hands together, I stammered awkwardly. My lord, I have no grand ambitions. It's just that, if by some divine luck I complete this task, could I perhaps? Spit it out. Sun Dihai barked impatiently. Why, yes, sir. I nodded repeatedly before timidly holding up 3 fingers. I'd like to ask for 3 things. First, my eyes sharpened, my tone unwavering. If I uncover the northern barbarians' troop deployment at Blackwind Pass and return with accurate intelligence on their commander, I request a promotion, a rise of 3 ranks. From a mere private, I wish to become a squad leader, commanding a team of scouts. What? Sun Dihai arched an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. This kid has some nerve, demanding to jump from a grunt to a squad leader? But, well, a dead man could be granted any title. Granted, he said with an exaggerated wave of his hand, feigning generosity. And the second? The second, I allowed a greedy, opportunistic smile to creep onto my face. My household struggles with poverty, and I've got 3 wives to support. So I was hoping my lord might bestow me 100 taels of silver and a fine warhorse capable of running 800 li a day. 100 taels. That was the equivalent of 10 years' salary for a regular soldier. Sun Dihai's eye twitched, silently cursing my greedy guts. But remembering this was all but an illusion, mere bait to make me march to my death, he smirked coldly and nodded. Granted as well. Now for the third. The third. My expression turned solemn as I looked him dead in the eyes, enunciating each word clearly. My 3 wives are daughters of disgraced officials, bearing the stain of criminal lineage. I hope that after completing my mission, you can use your influence to clear their records and restore their status as free citizens. This third request, it was my real, ultimate goal. Rank and wealth, I could earn through skill and effort. But reversing their stigma required official documentation and connections, something beyond my current reach. At my words, Sun Dihai stared, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected my final demand to be on behalf of 3 women. He chuckled mockingly. Linfoam, oh Linfoam, you truly are a fool for love. You're practically a dead man walking, and yet, you're worrying about those ill-fated women? Very well. Out of pity for you, I'll agree to this too. To him, it was nothing but empty promises. Clearing a criminal record required layers upon layers of paperwork and approval. It wasn't something even he, an adjutant, could guarantee. He agreed purely to ease my supposed nerves before heading to my doom. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. I excitedly bowed low, tears of gratitude shimmering in my eyes. Sundi Hai, seeing my naive expression, felt nothing but contempt and satisfaction. He picked up a brush and, with theatrical precision, wrote my demands into an official document. Signing his name and stamping it with his adjutant seal, he tossed it to me casually, as though discarding rubbish. Take it, he sneered. I'll be right here, waiting to collect your corpse. I carefully retrieved the pledge, handling it as though it were a priceless treasure. I scrutinized its stipulations and seals, ensuring its validity before folding it neatly and tucking it safely against my chest. That slip of paper, inked with burdensome conditions but promising immense rewards, now sat snug against my heart like a coveted trophy. Completing this, I looked up at Sun Di Hai and beamed at him, a smile, dazzling and radiant. And within that smile, not a trace of fear or groveling remained. Instead, there was a kind of heart-pounding self-confidence within him, like that of a predatory hunter. Sir, just now you said this is a death mission? What else would it be? Sun Di Hai snorted coldly. No, you're wrong. I shook my head, then looked at him with an almost pitiful gaze and said slowly, to me, it's not a death mission. Instead, it's a colossal military merit that you've handed to me on a silver platter. A colossal military merit. When I finished my sentence and turned to leave with a casual air, Sun Di Hai stared at my confident, borderline arrogant, back as I walked away. For the first time, a faint unease began to stir in his heart, but he quickly dismissed that unease as an illusion. Humph, how ignorant of his own limits, he sneered, glancing at the duplicate of the military order on the desk. Taking a slow sip of tea, he muttered, let's see how you manage to snatch that military credit back from the clutches of the King of Hell. Inside the storage shed, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. When I returned and explained to the three women the details of the deathly mission and Sun Di Hai's venomous intentions, Su Qinxue and Lu Rian's faces instantly turned pale. The Black Wind Pass? A solo infiltration? Qin Mingwei exclaimed in shock. Her face, which had only just regained some color, was now etched with fear and fury. Sun Di Hai, he's trying to kill you. As the descendant of a military household, Qin Mingwen knew better than anyone what the words Black Wind Pass meant to the frontier forces. It was a death gorge stretching dozens of miles, dense with forests and underbrush, riddled with complex terrain. It was the perfect infiltration route for Beatty scouts and the place that claimed the highest casualty rate for our own scouts. There was a saying amongst soldiers, out of 10 who enter Black Wind Pass, 9 never return. The last one comes back with missing limbs. For Sun Di Hai to send me there alone was no different from handing me a death sentence. You can't take this mission. Qin Mingyue's tone was resolute. The usually proud woman had a pleading look in her eyes for once. Let's appeal to the centurion. Even if we face military punishment, we absolutely cannot let you march to your death. It's too late. I shook my head, raising the written military order in my hand. My expression carried not a trace of fear. Instead, it bore a spark of excitement. Black and white, sealed with the official command stamp. This is a military order I have no choice but to obey. I gazed at the three women who were visibly distressed for my sake, a warm feeling stirring in my heart. Don't worry, I have my plans. My voice was firm and steady. Have you forgotten? This life of mine was snatched back from the gates of hell by my miracle-working wife. Even the King of Hell couldn't take me. What's a handful of Beatty barbarians going to do? The half-joking remark brought a faint ease to the heavy tension in the room. Su Qinxue walked up to me, taking out a small porcelain bottle and pressing it into my hand. Her voice was gentle yet resolute. This is a wound medicine I made from the few herbs I had on hand. The effect isn't as potent as before, but it might come in handy. Please, promise me you'll come back alive. I gripped the bottle tightly, feeling the lingering warmth from her hand, and gave a solemn nod. I promise. With time pressing, I had to enter Black Wind Pass before nightfall. I didn't bother with the standard issue leather armor or weapons from the military stockade. They'd only weigh me down and affect my agility. I brought only the sharp dagger I had confiscated from Li Hu, a water pouch filled to the brim, and Su Qinxue's wound medicine. Then, I did something that once again left Qin Mingwei bewildered. I didn't wear any protective gear. Instead, I stripped off my tattered army coat, revealing a body of sleek, explosive muscle. Picking up wet mud mixed with ashes, I evenly spread it over my exposed skin, painting irregular patterns of camouflage. Lastly, I tore some dried vines and broad leaves from the corner and cleverly draped them over myself. In just 15 minutes, the living, breathing man standing here seemed to disappear entirely, blending perfectly into the surrounding shadows and vegetation. As long as I stayed still, even someone walking within 3 paces wouldn't notice my presence. "You, what on earth?" Qin Mingwei stammered, staring at me in astonishment, realizing once again that her understanding of me had just been shattered. "Camouflage," my voice came, faintly muffled beneath the makeshift ghillie suit. "In the jungle, if you don't want to die, the first thing to learn is how to become a ghost." With that, my figure flickered and I was gone, vanishing into the doorway like a drop of water merging into the sea of twilight shadows. Black Wind Pass. True to its name, the wind of this place carried a chilling sharpness of foreboding. The dense, ancient forest cast a canopy that blotted out the sun, with only fragmented beams of light managing to pierce through layers of interwoven leaves, leaving speckles on the rotting, damp forest floor. The air was thick, muggy, and saturated with decay, while the unceasing hum of venomous insects echoed relentlessly in the ears. This was a zone of death, a battlefield where predator and prey clashed. Yet, the moment I stepped into this jungle, I was not gripped by fear. Instead, I felt an unexpected sense of ease and familiarity, as if I had returned to an old home. In my past life, as an elite of the Lone Wolf Special Ops Unit, I had traversed some of the most primitive and dangerous terrain the world had to offer, from tropical rainforests to. Lin had carried out countless missions, combating guerrillas, rooting out drug cartels, mastering jungle survival. The jungle, this was my battlefield, my domain. Unlike typical scouts who meticulously follow trails left by others, I never made that rookie mistake. That's practically screaming to your enemies, "Here I come." No, I choose the most rugged, thorn-covered, untouched paths, the ones no sane person would tread. My feet pressed against layers of fallen leaves, yet the sound they made was almost non-existent. With the stealth of a jungle cat, I slipped silently through dense vegetation and intricate obstacles. Every sense was pushed to its peak. The sway of treetops rustling in the wind, the rhythmic hum of insect wings, the faint aroma of different plants, all of it formed a three-dimensional, shifting map of the jungle inside my head. The trait I carried, affinity with flora, came into play in ways I never would have thought. It allowed me to instinctively tell which sap was poisonous, which roots could stave off hunger, even to detect whether someone had recently passed by, noticing the unnatural crease on a single leaf. Here, in this jungle, I wasn't just surviving. I was its lone king. After roughly an hour of tracking, I abruptly stopped. Crouching down, I pinched some soil between my fingers and brought it to my nose, taking a deep, deliberate whiff. Oil, horse manure, and that distinct mutton smell unique to the nomads of the north. I murmured, the corners of my mouth curling into a cold, detached smile. At least 5 individuals passed through here, no more than half an hour ago. But I didn't rush forward recklessly. Charging into the unknown only served to get green recruits killed. Patience, like that of a seasoned predator, became my greatest weapon. I followed them at a deliberately calculated pace, skillfully leaving behind gifts along the way. A sharpened bamboo spike coated in lethal plant toxins, hidden beneath a bed of leaves. A horse-tripping snare fashioned from durable jungle vines, tied at just the right neck height between 2 trees. A camouflaged pitfall disguised as regular ground, with jagged wooden stakes waiting ominously below. Simple traps, yet devastating, methods taught in elite units during my first life. About another half a mile in, faint voices reached my ears. In a heartbeat, my body melded into the dense underbrush, my very breathing diminishing to near silence. I gently parted the leaves obstructing my view, and there they were, 5 scouts clad in leather pelts, curved blades strapped at their waists, laughing loudly and tearing into cooked meat as they relaxed around a campfire. Complacent. To them, this place was their territory now, No threats to be wary of here. Big mistake. My gaze, cold and sharp as a blade, swept over each one of them. 5 individuals, all ninth-tier body refinement. Not even worth breaking a sweat over. Sliding my hand to the dagger sheathed at my waist, I didn't strike immediately. Timing was key. I waited for the opportune moment. I waited for the wind. Finally, a gust surged through the canyon, rustling the leaves and sweeping across the treetops. Now, my figure glided out of the underbrush as silently as a phantom. My target wasn't the scouts lounging by the fire. It was their 5 warhorses tethered to a nearby tree. A horse is the lifeblood of the northern nomads. Lose the horse, and these so-called wolves of the plains are toothless. But as I approached, the unavoidable happened. One scout, off relieving himself near a tree, turned his head at just the wrong moment and met my ice-cold gaze dead on. Enum. The word barely left his lips. My hand moved faster than his voice. A flash of cold steel, and the dagger left my grasp, cutting through the air in a crisp arc before lodging itself in his throat with deadly precision. His body crumpled, lifeless, before he hit the ground. Before any of the others could register what had happened, I was already by the horses. I didn't kill them. No, that would have been wasteful. Instead, I slashed each of their flanks with the dagger I retrieved in a lightning-fast motion. Pain jolting through them. The horses reared, let out piercing whinnies, broke free of their bindings, and bolted into the darkness of the jungle, scattering in chaotic directions. Pandemonium erupted. The 4 scouts, now on high alert, snapped out of their oblivious state as they looked at the limp body of their comrade, then at the fleeing horses. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage. Someone's here. Chase them. They didn't hesitate, rage clouding their judgment. Drawing their curved blades, they gave chase to the direction the horses fled, utterly blind to the fact that the ground they left behind was no longer unoccupied. Stepping out from the shadows, my lips curled into a sinister smile, a mixture of ruthlessness and the thrill of the hunt. I watched as my prey rushed directly into my masterfully prepared hunting grounds. I spoke aloud, though quietly enough that only I could hear. Welcome to my world. The men immediately understood and pivoted to pursue from a different direction. Seasoned and highly coordinated, they executed the hunting tactics for which prairie wolf packs were renowned. In their eyes, no matter how cunning the intruder might be, under a 4-man encirclement, escape was out of the question. However, what they were chasing was no helpless prey caught in a trap. It wasn't a frightened antelope, but rather a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex dressed in human skin. And I didn't run at all. I retrieved my dagger, wiped the blood off on the dead scout, and calmly trailed a short distance behind the 2 scouts maneuvering in from the right flank. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Under the shadowed canopy of the forest, with light filtering faintly through the thick woods, the 2 northern scouts moved cautiously. They followed horse tracks while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Never in their wildest dreams would they suspect that the prey they sought was like a ghost, silently tailing them, no more than 10 meters away. Aguila, any sign? The shorter, stockier scout whispered, lowering his voice. Nothing. Aguila growled, shaking his head with a vicious gleam in his eyes. He spat a curse in their tongue, a venomous remark about this southern barbarian being as slippery as a monkey, but added that once their captain closed in, they'd ensure he had no burial ground to speak of. Just as the words left his mouth, something pulled taut around his ankle. A vine hidden beneath layers of fallen leaves suddenly snapped tight, snaring his leg firm. Damn it! Aguila's expression shifted dramatically as his balance gave way and he tumbled forward uncontrollably. His nearby companion reacted with remarkable speed, reaching out to steady him. However, it was too late. A shadow, darker and swifter than any predator, shot out from the dimness of the trees. Fast, so fast it defied comprehension. The stocky scout felt a cold flash at his neck before warmth erupted. Hot blood sprayed from the gash. He didn't even have time to scream before crumpling to the ground, clutching his throat as his body convulsed. Aguila, still tangled on the ground, lifted his head in time to see a face smeared with mud and twisted in a wicked smile looming over him. Before he could react, the dagger plunged downwards, piercing clean through his skull. Instant kill. Exact and efficient. I didn't spare the lifeless bodies a glance. Drawing my dagger free, I disappeared back into the shadows of the forest within moments. 3 heartbeats, at most. Like the most precise butcher, I harvested lives with the simplest methods. Elsewhere, Scarface Badu and his remaining companion pursued the hoofprints of the horse, their unease growing as they went. It was utterly silent. Too silent. A maddening, oppressive quiet. Something's wrong. Badu suddenly froze, his sharp eyes scanning every corner of their surroundings, heavy with caution. Aguila and the others. Why haven't we heard anything from them? The scout beside him gripped his curved blade tightly, his palm slick with sweat. Captain, you don't think that southern barbarian he got away? Away. Badu sneered, cold malice flashing in his scarred face. Once in Blackwind Gorge, this place becomes a slaughterhouse for anyone not of the North tribes. Where could he possibly run? Just as he scoffed, his peripheral vision caught movement, a flicker within the grasses just ahead. Who's there? Badu roared, slashing his curved blade toward the stirring brush without hesitation. Nothing. The swaying grass revealed only emptiness behind it. Just a damned rabbit. Badu muttered a curse under his breath, some of the tension leaving his frame. But the suspicion in his heart ebbed lightly, just for a moment. And in that moment, chaos returned. The whisper-soft sound of penetration, the puncture of sharp steel into flesh, came from behind him. Badu stiffened, rigid as though struck by lightning, and turned with excruciating slowness. His final companion stood there, frozen in disbelief, staring down at his foot, where a sharpened stake coated in dark green poison jutted upward from beneath thick piles of leaves, piercing cleanly through his boot. And me? My figure materialized mere inches behind him, silent and menacing as a specter. One hand clamped tightly over his mouth, silencing him, while the other drove a dagger clean through his back, piercing his heart. The light in his eyes faded rapidly. He reached out weakly, as though pleading for help, before his strength gave out and his arm fell limp. Only then did I release my hold, letting his warm, lifeless body collapse unceremoniously to the earth. Raising my head, I turned my gaze toward Badu, the last man standing. Fear had utterly consumed him. The scar-faced warrior, once proud, was now trembling, eyes wide and filled with panic. Now, I spoke softly, the grin on my face cold, merciless. It's just you and me. Though my tone was low, the words struck Badu's chest like a sledgehammer. He was breaking. Everything Badu took pride in, his courage, his brutality, his cunning, lay in tatters at my feet. In the face of this silent executioner, this figure that moved like a demon sent from hell, those traits amounted to nothing. He couldn't grasp how. How could one man, without a steed, without formidable weapons, reduce their squad of 5 warriors, their 5 horses, and their 5 blades to nothing more than corpses scattered in the span of a single incense stick's burn? This wasn't a fight. This was absolute domination. A massacre. Kill. Devil. You're a devil. Badu let out a piercing scream, his last shred of courage completely shattered. Without a second thought, he turned and ran, fleeing madly toward the edge of the jungle. He had to get away, away from this hell, away from this demon. However, he barely made it 2 steps before the ground vanished beneath him. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, he plunged into a pit, expertly disguised with leaves and loose soil. Though the pit wasn't particularly deep, it was just enough to unbalance him. The sharp, jagged stakes at the bottom pierced mercilessly through his calf. The searing pain nearly drove him unconscious. He struggled to climb out, but a boot, worn, battered, a soldier's boot, smashed down hard against his chest, pinning him at the bottom of the pit. I crouched down, looking down at him from above with an almost gentle smile on my face. "No need to leave so soon, friend," I said softly. With the bloody dagger in my hand, I lightly patted his face, which was now a mask of despair. "Our little game isn't over yet," I continued. "I still have a few questions for you. For instance, how many of you are there in this little expedition to Blackwind Pass? And who's in charge? If you're honest," I added, my voice calm but chilling, "I might consider giving you a quick end. But if you don't," the smile on my face froze into something colder, deadlier. "Well, I'll just have to take you apart, piece by piece." The night wore on. In the scout camp, the military administrator's office remained brightly lit despite the late hour. Sun Dihai hadn't gone to sleep. Seated behind the wide rosewood desk, he leisurely polished an exquisitely crafted crossbow, a faint, cold smirk playing on his lips. Opposite him, Li Bao nursed a swollen fist, his face dark as he silently gulped down strong liquor. "Brother, do you think that kid will really die in Blackwind Pass?" asked Li Hu, who sat nearby. His broken wrist was hastily splinted with a wooden plank by the military medic. His face was a mixture of unease and venomous anger. For him, the events of the day had been nothing short of a nightmare. It was beyond comprehension how the same wretched nobody he'd tormented with impunity could suddenly become so terrifying. "Of course he will." Li Bao downed his drink in one swig and slammed the cup onto the table. "Do you know what kind of place Blackwind Pass is? Forget that greenhorn. If I were to lead a whole squad in there, I'd still tread with care. Him going in alone is no different than walking to his death." Even so, the thought of being sent reeling by Lin Feng's punch earlier gnawed at him, leaving him simmering with both humiliation and an uncomfortable sense of dread. "Bao's right," Sun Dihai said, placing the polished crossbow onto the table and carefully lifting a teacup instead. After blowing on the tea leaves floating atop, he spoke with firm certainty. "I looked into it. This Lin Feng is nothing more than a poor hunter's brat. Enlisted for 3 years, and he's been a nobody until now. Probably got lucky stumbling upon some ridiculous opportunity, which skyrocketed his skills after he got injured. But at his core, he's just a brute without brains." Sun Dihai paused, his eyes gleaming faintly with something more sinister. "What's truly terrifying," he continued, voice steady, "isn't brute strength. It's people, human nature." Fixing a sharp gaze on Li Hu, he added, "Remember this. If you want someone dead, you don't need to do it yourself. Use someone else's hand. That's the smartest move." "You're brilliant, sir." Li Bao immediately chimed in, seizing the chance to flatter. "Once that kid's out of the way, we can finally—" "Humph." Sun Dihai's gaze took on a darker glint as his fingers stroked the sparse beard on his chin. "Don't worry. You brothers won't be left out." The three men exchanged sly, knowing smiles, already envisioning Lin Feng's corpse abandoned in the wilderness. They saw themselves celebrating with drinks, their arms wrapped around the prettiest women. But then, the sound of abrupt knocking shattered their reverie. Sharp, clumsy pounding at the door. "Who is it?" "It's the middle of the night. Don't you let people sleep around here?" Sun Dihai barked, visibly annoyed at the disruption. From outside the door came a stammering, panicked voice from one of the guards. "Yes, sir. It's bad. What's with all this racket?" Sun Dihai snapped, his eyebrows drawing together impatiently. "Speak clearly, what is it?" Lin Feng," the guard stuttered, his voice trembling with both fear and disbelief. "It's Lin Feng, he's back." "What did you say?" The smirk on Sun Dihai's face froze. Li Bao and Li Hu shot upright from their seats, their expressions as though they had just seen a ghost. "No way," Li Bao blurted, his voice cracking. "It hasn't even been half a day. How could he possibly get back from Blackwind Pass so soon? Are you blind? You must have mistaken someone else for him." "No, it's him." The guard sounded close to tears. "And he's carrying something. Something big." "Carrying something?" A chill began to creep into Sun Dihai and his companions' hearts, a mounting sense of dread they couldn't shake. "Let him come in." Sun Dihai finally forced through gritted teeth, his composure cracking ever so slightly. The doors creaked open. I walked in, my appearance no different from when I'd set out earlier, a body streaked with dirt and ash, a little worn, but my eyes gleamed with a brightness that cut through the dim room like blades. Ignoring their collective faces of utter horror and disbelief, I approached the table, stopping just short of where their drinks sat untouched. Without a word, I dropped what I'd been carrying, a massive, heavily wrapped bundle, right onto their precious desk. Their expressions twisted further. What lay within? They had yet to find out. But one thing was clear, I wasn't here for pleasantries. The blood-dripping package was slammed onto the table with a loud thud. Mission accomplished. I grinned, flashing a set of brilliant white teeth, my smile dazzlingly bright. "Lord Sun, the information you requested, I've brought it back." As I spoke, I slowly began unwrapping the blood-soaked bundle right in front of the three of them. The moment the package was fully opened, Li Hu was the first to lose it, spinning around and vomiting on the spot. Li Bao's face turned ghostly pale, his stomach churning violently. Even Sun Dihai, who prided himself on being ruthless and unshakable, reflexively jerked back with a sharp intake of breath upon seeing what lay on the table, nearly toppling right out of his chair. Inside the package lay 5 severed heads, eyes wide open, frozen in expressions of terror and incomprehension. All 5 bore the distinctive braided hairstyle of the northern barbarians. Blood trickled steadily from the table's edge, dripping down onto the exquisite carpet below in an eerily rhythmic drip, drip. The room fell into a dead silence. The air reeked of a metallic, nauseating blood stench that was impossible to ignore. These 5, I began, my voice calm and clear as though I were simply giving a routine report, are a squad leader and 4 scouts from the northern barbarians. I interrogated them. Their mission this time was to scout out a potential infiltration route that could bypass our outposts. The leader of their group was Yelu Hong, a centurion of the Blue Wolf elite force and an 8th-stage body refining expert. Their main force, numbering about 100 men, is currently camped out in the Black Wind Pass, at the narrow gorge known as Heaven's Razor. In 3 days, they're planning to use this newly scouted route to launch a surprise attack on our supply line. As I narrated, I retrieved a crude yet detailed map drawn on animal hide, its edges marked with dried blood, and laid it on the table beside the severed heads for all to see. This, I pointed at the map, is the route they scouted out, along with the exact location of their encampment in Heaven's Razor. All the intel is right here. Having done this, I looked up at Sun Dihai, whose face was now ashen, and gave him an innocent and pure smile. So, Lord Sun, would you say I've completed the task? Completed the task? Sun Dihai's mind had gone blank. His eyes shifted back and forth between the 5 bloody heads and the disturbingly thorough map, as a chill skittered up his spine, straight to his skull. Not only had I completed the mission, but I'd crushed every imaginable expectation. In just half a day, I had ventured alone into the treacherous scout graveyard of Black Wind Pass, taken out an entire enemy scouting squad, extracted critical intel, and even brought back their attack plans en route, all unscathed. Was this even humanly possible? Even the most elite scouts of the Northern Defenders couldn't achieve something like this. A monster. This guy is an absolute monster. You, Sun Dihai stammered, his trembling finger pointing at me, unable to form a complete sentence. The news of my return, alive, from Black Wind Pass, with 5 northern barbarian heads in tow, had already spread through the entire scout camp like wildfire. The first reaction of most who heard it, disbelief. But when they mustered the courage to approach the front of the official building, catching sight of the pale, petrified guards and the overwhelming metallic tang of blood wafting through the cracks of the doors, disbelief turned into hard, undeniable truth. Then the camp exploded. Some refused to believe one man could take down 5 northern barbarian scouts on his own. Others exclaimed that I'd undoubtedly be rewarded with a major merit. But most were struck with a mix of shock and awe, muttering sentiments like, I always knew that guy wasn't ordinary. Even the soldiers who had previously watched me with skepticism or outright jealousy now looked toward the official building with gazes full of genuine respect and a profound sense of dread. Inside the building, I ignored Sun Dihai's and the others' horrified stares and pulled out an official military decree from my inner pocket, placing it lightly on the blood-streaked table. Tapping the black and white text on its surface with my finger, I smiled brightly, a smile so radiant it could freeze the blood in one's veins. Lord Sun, shall we discuss the matter of my military merit reward? Military merit reward? At those 4 words, Sun Dihai's pallid complexion shifted into an angry crimson, akin to a pig's liver. He stared at the decree in disbelief, the black and white terms on it seeming to mock him. My smiling face, clearly saying, time for you to keep your promise, only made it worse. His chest roiled with suppressed fury, so intense he nearly coughed up blood. Regret. Crushing, bone-deep regret. How could he have possibly imagined that the decree he had personally issued, assuming it to be my death warrant, would now become the noose tightening around his neck? Promotion by 3 ranks. 100 taels of silver. A fine warhorse. Full pardon of my criminal record. Any one of these rewards was painful enough to part with. To have to grant them all at once? This was worse than death. Lin Feng. Sun Dihai swallowed hard, his eyes darting in all directions as his mind raced for a way out. Play dumb? Impossible. The decree was black and white, and the official seal had been stamped. He couldn't. Reflexively lunged forward, his face turning ashen with panic at my move. His hand shot out as if trying to clamp over my mouth. But he was too late. Far too late. Outside, the clamor of soldiers erupted like a sudden storm. Heavy footsteps rapidly converged at the entrance to the hall, accompanied by the clang of weapons and the murmurs of suspicion and alarm. What's happening? Did he just say something about stealing military merit? Who's stealing military merit? Inside the room, the once confident, intimidating figure of Sun Dihai looked utterly unrecognizable, his expression a mixture of disbelief, fury, and fear. His lips trembled as if searching for the right words to twist the truth, but the icy venom in my gaze seemed to suffocate him. What madness is this, Lin Feng? Are you trying to ruin both of us? He barked, though his voice cracked in places, failing to conceal the panic underneath. Do you know what you're saying? Do you think you can just accuse your superiors so recklessly? I took a single step toward him, my entire demeanor sharpened to the blade's edge. My voice, low and deliberate, carried the same weight as a noose tightening around a neck. Madness, Sun Dihai? Or justice? You overplayed your hand, old fox, I said with the faintest smirk curling one corner of my lips. My words were calculated to strip him of his usual composure, and by the looks of his quivering frame, they hit their mark. Just then, the doors to the hall burst open, and several soldiers stormed in, flanked by two of my most trusted comrades, Li Bao and Li Hu. Their eyes flicked between me and Sun Dihai, alarmed but ready to act on my command. Commander Lin, Li Bao called out, stepping forward with a blade drawn. What's the meaning of this? We heard shouts, something about stolen military credit. I gestured for them to wait, my hands steady and commanding despite the inferno of rage boiling beneath my calm surface. Then, turning back to Sun Dihai, I tilted my head. Care to explain to them, sir? Or should I show them the evidence myself? I deliberately emphasized the word sir with mocking derision. What evidence? Why, you're lying. You've gone mad. Sun Dihai stammered, but his darting eyes betrayed his mounting despair. He clutched his sleeve tightly, the same sleeve where he had hastily tucked the crucial beast skin map and military order moments earlier. I chuckled softly, the sound as sharp and menacing as the edge of a blade. Lying? Then you wouldn't mind emptying your sleeve, would you, Sun Dihai? He recoiled as if struck, his grip on his arm tightening instinctively. But it was too late. Every soldier in the room had already caught the telltale gesture. Search him, I ordered coldly, my fingers flicking in the direction of his trembling form. The soldiers hesitated, casting wary glances between one another. After all, Sun Dihai was still their superior officer on paper. That hesitation, however, was short-lived. Li Bao and Li Hu exchanged a knowing glance before stepping forward. Forgive us, sir, Li Hu said, though his tone made it clear he sought no forgiveness. But if there's truth to the accusation, we cannot sit idly by. No, nonsense. I forbid this, Sun Dihai bellowed, squirming, but his protests only made his guilt more evident. Overwhelmed by the pairs of unrelenting hands gripping his arms, he was forced back into a chair as the incriminating documents were uncovered. The room fell silent as the soldiers inspected the items. One by one, their expressions darkened as realization settled in. The beast skin map. The military orders, signed and sealed by the commander himself. Orders I had risked my life to bring back. And Sun Dihai had dared to sequester them, to carve out the lion's share of glory for himself. You? Li Bao's jaw clenched as he addressed Sun Dihai. You were going to steal the credit for yourself, weren't you? Sun Dihai flailed, wildly grasping for any thread of redemption. I was safeguarding it. Yes, safeguarding. It was, for the sake of everyone's safety. Why you have to believe. Enough. My tone was steel reborn in fire, silencing the last whimpers of his desperation. I turned and strode toward the entrance, where the murmurs of the gathered troops echoed throughout the hall. Standing tall, I let my voice carry like brass over the chaos, addressing everyone who had gathered to witness the fallout. Soldiers, You've all borne witness to what transpired here today. Let no man, no matter his rank, ever dare dishonor the sacrifices we make on the battlefield by stooping to treachery." A wave of solemn approval rippled through the room. Then, pivoting back toward Sunday High, I let those cold, piercing eyes meet his once more. "And as for you, old fox, I said it before, there's no such thing as eating alone without choking." With that, I flashed him one last smile before turning to Li Bao. "Detain him. It's time we let the 1,000 household commander hear everything."直接碰撞，骨头碎裂的声音混在震耳欲聋的巨响里。李豹发出一声撕心裂肺的惨叫，整个人向后翻飞出去，狠狠砸在地上。他的鼻梁骨被生生撞塌，鲜血瞬间喷涌而出，染红了整张脸。整个人在地上抽搐着，像一条濒死的鱼。官署内的空气仿佛冻结了，原本嚷嚷着叫骂的士兵们瞬间噤若寒蝉。一时间，除了李豹濒死般的喘息，再无其他任何声音。我拍了拍身上并不存在的灰尘，冷冷扫视了一圈那些满脸震惊、呆若木鸡的官兵们，嘴角带着一抹意味深长的笑意。谁？还有异议？我缓缓开口，声音不大，却清晰地传到每个人耳中，像是刀子一样刺进他们的心底。没人敢吱声。一瞬间，他们都明白了这个道理：眼前这个人不是他们惹得起的。孙德海从书架的废墟中费力地挣扎出来，一脸狼狈，半张脸肿得像个猪头，嘴角甚至还挂着未干涸的秽物。他刚想说些什么，却在对上我那锐利的目光时，下意识地吞咽了口唾沫，硬生生把话憋了回去。我缓缓走到他面前，把记忆石拿到他眼前，轻掂了掂，淡淡地道：“孙大人，这只是第一份证据。你知道的，我从来不打没有把握的仗。”他彻底崩溃了，脸上的血色全无，瘫倒在地，连站都站不起来。他终于意识到，一切都完了。他的私心，他的谋算，他的潜力，一下子被我这个看似不起眼的下属剖开，像剥开一颗腐烂的果实，暴露在阳光之下。我转身看向那些目瞪口呆的士兵，朗声道：“大家都听清楚了吧？从今往后，任何不公不义之事，我林峰必定与之对抗到底。不管是谁，哪怕是天王老子，也休想逃脱。”话音落下，斥候营内的士兵们纷纷低头窃窃私语，显然还没完全消化眼前这堪称震撼的场面。但在他们中间，更多人眼中多了一丝敬畏和热血沸腾的光芒。官署外，硝烟未消，我站在破败不堪的书架前，长袍飘动，像一柄即将被拔出的锋利长剑，彻底在所有人心中留下了不可磨灭的印记。这一天注定会成为传说。Experienced the most intense contact yet. The sickening crack of the nasal bone breaking was distinctly audible, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose like an open faucet. His massive body crumbled as if all the bones had been drained from it, collapsing to the floor in a limp pile. He passed out instantly, his face a gruesome mess, unrecognizable beneath the blood and flesh. Throughout it all, Li Hu stood frozen in the corner, paralyzed with fear, unable to so much as move a finger. All he could do was watch helplessly as his supposed protector, his older brother, and the man he worshipped as the all-powerful master son were each taken down by my hands in less than 3 breaths. And not just subdued, obliterated, in the most overwhelming, ruthless, and unapologetically violent way imaginable. It was precise, efficient, with a hint of deliberate, unyielding elegance. I didn't even give the 2 unconscious bodies sprawled on the floor a second glance. I calmly withdrew the memory stone I had used, tucking it back into my robes, before raising my cold, emotionless eyes to the room's only conscious occupant, Li Hu. Thud! Li Hu gulped hard, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. His knees buckled beneath him, and with a loud plop, he fell to the ground in a kneeling position. This time, I didn't need to say a word. He began kowtowing on his own. Grandpa, Grandpa Lin, I was wrong, so wrong. Please, I'm begging you, spare my pathetic life. He blubbered incoherently, tears and snot streaming down his face. Gone was the once proud and commanding officer. He now looked every bit the part of a groveling, whipped dog, desperately clinging to life. By now, the gates of the command post had been completely blocked by soldiers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. When they caught sight of the chaos inside, the overturned furniture, the shattered remains of the room, and the unconscious, battered bodies of Sun Di-hai and Li Bao, every single one of them felt their jaws hit the floor in unison. He's lost his damn mind. Lin Feng, he's completely lost it. Not only did he publicly expose Sun Di-hai's entire conspiracy, but he also went as far as to knock out the military registrar and the company commander. It's like he's determined to blow the roof off this entire mountain. In the crowd, Wang Dazue and Li Ergu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a swirling mix of relief and newfound reverence. They both realized just how wise their decision from the day before had been. Joining Lin Feng was not just the right choice, it might have been the only choice. Ignoring the gasps and murmuring seas of voices around me, I calmly strode over toward the bookshelf that had collapsed and buried Sun Di-hai. Reaching down, I yanked the unconscious and corrupt official out of the debris like one might pick up a useless bag of garbage. I searched through the sleeve of Sun Di-hai's ornate robes and easily found the hidden piece of parchment, an animal hide map, as well as an official military order promising unimaginable riches. I carefully set them aside. Then, from an inner pocket, I located a heavy coin pouch and a thick, ancient bundle of keys. Weighing the pouch in my hand, I let out a satisfied chuckle. Then, taking the bundle of keys, I moved toward an inconspicuous door in the office wall, Sun Di-hai's private storage room. Under the wide-eyed stares of every person present, I fitted the key carefully into the lock and swung the door open. The instant the door creaked on its hinges, a collective gasp erupted throughout the room. Even the soldiers standing outside couldn't help but audibly suck in their breath when they saw what was inside. Gold, silver, jewelry, luxurious silks, opulent fabrics, exquisite weapons, and rare medicinal supplies, all piled high, forming glimmering mountains that sparkled so brightly they seemed to pierce the eyes of everyone present. This was the entirety of Sun Di-hai's stolen loot. These were the fruits of years of embezzling soldiers' rations, pocketing military honors, and exploiting anyone he could sink his teeth into. I turned to face the sea of stunned, greedy faces. Lifting the pouch and keys high, I let a small, sly smile play across my face, a smile laced with implication, one meant to ignite flames. "Brothers," I shouted as my voice carried with authority. "Sun Di-hai, this treacherous, vile rat, embezzler of salaries and murderer of comrades, is now caught red-handed." I pointed to the mountainous horde behind me, my voice swelling like a drumbeat of justice, audible even to the men outside. And so today, I, Lin Feng, will deliver heaven's justice. These ill-gotten gains, every last coin and scrap of it, I will distribute among our scout camp brothers whose wages he stole, as reparations. So tell me, do you agree? For a moment, the barracks were eerily silent, but then a thunderous wave of cheers swept through the crowd, shaking the very walls. Yes, long live Lin Feng. All hail Lin Feng. At that moment, my reputation in this scout camp ascended to an untouchable peak, the kind of unshakable height only something like this could grant. I watched the soldiers before me, this brotherhood now firmly in my grasp, and allowed my smile to deepen further, darker, more knowing. Now, today at least, this scout camp bore my mark, Lin Feng's seal of dominance. As my gaze drifted further, it landed on the depths of the camp and the commanding officer's tent, the domain of the 1,000-man commander, General Xiao Yuanshan. Staring in that direction, I muttered in a voice so low only I could hear, "Sun Di-hai? Merely a small fish, and caught easily enough." Next, I let the sentence trail off, my thoughts turning toward the true, much larger fish waiting at the end of the line. The night was growing heavy, cloaked in suffocating silence. Listens attentively. Even though they don't know the specifics, they can guess that Lin Feng has gotten himself into some sort of major trouble again. He'll be okay, won't he? Lu Rian's voice quivers, tears brimming in her eyes. Her already pale face loses what little color it had, turning as white as a sheet. Don't scare yourself. Qin Mingwei snaps, though it's unclear if she's trying to comfort Lu Rian or herself. That guy, he's tough as nails. Despite her words, her tightly gripped dagger, with knuckles turning white, betrays her unsettled heart. Just then, steady footsteps approach from the distance. The three women freeze, their hearts leaping into their throats. Qin Mingwei raises her dagger, holding it defensively in front of her. It's me. That voice, the one they'd recognize anywhere, came from just outside the door. Relief washes over them. Su Qingsnow rushes to slide the bolt open and pull the door wide. There I stand, unharmed, dressed in my usual mission gear, dirted with mud and flecks of blood. Yet, my eyes shine brighter than the stars in the sky. Are you okay? Su Qingsnow steps forward, grabbing my arm as she looks me over, as if searching for any new injuries. What could possibly happen to me? I chuckle softly, stepping past her into the room. I set down a heavy package I'd been carrying. More importantly, I brought back a little something for you all. I unwrapped the bundle to reveal its contents. Finally made new dresses, some delicate pastries, and a pouch stuffed full of silver and copper coins. This, borrowed from Sun Dihai's storage. I say lightly, as if I'd just borrowed some sugar from the neighbor. From now on, we won't have to stay in this shabby woodshed. And no more of these prison rags, either. The three women gape at me. Shock has rendered them speechless. But the look in their eyes makes a sense of satisfaction swell within me. To provide for the women you care about, to let them eat well, dress well, and live comfortably. Perhaps that's the most simple yet most genuine desire any man could ever have. You didn't. Qin Mingyue's voice cracks. Relax, I didn't kill him. I knew exactly what she was worried about, calmly walking to the table and pouring myself a glass of water. But his career's over. Embezzling military merit, caught red-handed. Even if the Qianhu commander wants to protect him, he'll think twice about the wrath of the entire battalion. I briefly explained to the women what had happened. By the time I reached the part where I recorded every incriminating word with a small stone and unveiled Sun Dihai's treachery in front of everyone, even the usually composed Su Qingsnow couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief. Her wide, beautiful eyes mirrored her amazement. As for Qin Mingwei, the way she looked at me completely changed. If fear of my strength had previously subdued her, then now, it was my unfathomable cunning and ingenuity that had utterly won her over. Physical prowess alone can command fear. But wit inspires awe. Yet Lu Rian's reaction was starkly different. After hearing everything, her watery almond-shaped eyes didn't show relief or joy. Instead, an even deeper shadow of despair clouded them. Head lowered, her thin shoulders began to tremble. I noticed her unusual demeanor and walked over to crouch down, meeting her gaze at eye level. What's wrong? My voice was soft, soothing enough to comfort the most fragile of hearts. It's over now, we're safe. Safe. Lu Rian lifted her head, tears streaming down her pale cheeks like broken pearls. Her voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and hopelessness. Are we truly safe? We've offended Li Hu, and now we've toppled Sun Dihai. You've made enemies of the entire scouting battalion. They won't let us go. And even if, by some miracle, we survive, what about my grandfather's injustice? Prime Minister Zhang Juyong is as powerful as he is corrupt, with unchecked authority over the court and the country. What can we possibly do? How can we ever fight him? Her voice cracked under the weight of her anger and despair. Nearly hysterical by the end, she collapsed onto the table and broke into uncontrollable sobs. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate what I'd done for her. It was just that the enemies we faced loomed too large, and the light of hope seemed too dim. Watching her trembling, despair-ridden form, a pang of anguish pierced through my heart. I didn't try to reason with her or deliver any grand speeches. Instead, I extended my hand and quietly pulled her into my arms. Lu Rian froze, her body stiff as a board. She attempted to resist, but I held her gently yet firmly against the warmth and strength of my chest. I know. You're afraid. I murmured, my voice low and unshakably steady against her ear. And I know you think there's no hope. But, Rian, look at me. I cupped her tear-streaked face in my hands, gently tilting her chin so I could meet her gaze, and forced her to look into my eyes. I'll admit it, I'm still weak right now. I can't promise that tomorrow I'll be able to clear your grandfather's name. But my eyes hardened with an unrelenting determination. I can promise you this. As long as you're willing to trust in me, as long as you can become my strength, I, Lin Feng, swear to heaven and earth. Swearing an oath. In this life, I will fell the treacherous Prime Minister Zhang Jiyong beneath my horse and clear the injustice against your Lu family. The declaration was powerful and resolute, its echo reverberating around us. Lu Ruyan was utterly stunned. She looked at my deep, ocean-like eyes that reflected her tear-streaked, despair-laden face. Yet, deep within those eyes, she saw something else, something strong, undeniable, and capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Unshakable confidence. She couldn't fathom where such confidence came from, but inexplicably, she was deeply drawn to it. Maybe this man could really achieve the impossible? What should I do? She asked, her voice trembling, tinged with sobs, as she gazed up at me. I smiled. I knew that this once despaired, brilliant mind had finally opened up to me ever so slightly. It's simple. I slowly let go of her and extended my hand toward her. Join me, like the others. Your intelligence, your talents, your everything, pledge them to me. In return, I will become the sharpest blade of vengeance in your hand. Lu Ruyan looked at the hand I was holding out, the same hand that had just incapacitated the Centurion and overturned the entire power structure of the scout camp. She glanced at Su Qing Snow, who stood nearby with a nervous expression, and then shifted to Qin Mingyue, whose complex look eventually softened into a slow, affirming nod. She understood. This was her only and final chance. Taking a deep breath, she wiped away her tears. In that moment, in her clear almond-shaped eyes, a fire of resolve ignited for the very first time. She rose to her feet, no longer hesitating. With a measured bow to the heavens, and to the man who had given her a sliver of hope, she said, I, Lu Ruyan, hereby vow. Ding. It has been detected that the host has entered a marital bond with the woman. Conditions fulfilled. Red Luan Celestial Manuscript, 3rd page, illuminated. A golden radiance, more dazzling and majestic than before, erupted in my mind. Binding established with Lu Ruyan. Evaluating. Newlywed wife, Lu Ruyan. Identity. Granddaughter of a great scholar. Bloodline. Sage of literary arts, diluted. Talents. Boundless wisdom, not yet awakened. Initial affection level. Gratitude, 50 out of 100. Overall evaluation. Heavenly grade, top tier. Evaluation complete. Distributing initial reward package. Congratulations. The host has obtained photographic memory and supernatural analytical thinking. In an instant, a cool, refreshing surge of energy flooded into my mind, entirely different from the previous 2 times. It felt as though my brain had been fine-tuned and upgraded into a supercomputer. Knowledge I had glimpsed but forgotten, scenes I had vaguely remembered, and details that once seemed irrelevant all became crystal clear. My cognitive speed skyrocketed by folds, and the entire world appeared different. Instinctively, I glanced at the captured Northern Barbarian attack map, seized from Sundi High. It took only a single glance, one brief moment. A tiny, previously overlooked detail suddenly stood out to me. My gaze turned sharp, and my expression changed slightly. Something wrong. Su Qing Snow noticed the shift in my demeanor. I did not immediately reply, staring intently at the map with furrowed brows, before finally raising my head with a rare look of severity gleaming in my eyes. This map, it's fake. Fake. Those 2 words were like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves of shock among everyone in the shed. The expressions on the 3 women shifted visibly. Su Kingsnow's face showed pure concern and confusion, while Lu Ruyan appeared shocked with a glimmer of what seemed like admiration. Qin Mingyue, however, reacted the strongest. What did you say? She took a step forward, snatching the beast-hide map from my hands. Her sharp, phoenix-like eyes fixed on the seemingly detailed routes and markings. Her tone carried unmistakable skepticism. How could this be fake? The markings are clear, the routes are precise. Even the positions of hidden sentries near the one-line sky pass are mapped out. What makes you so sure it's a forgery? She didn't want to believe it. Or perhaps, deep down, she couldn't afford to. If the map was indeed fake, then the monumental achievement she had brought back would be reduced to an enormous joke. In an instant, they would go from celebrated heroes to condemned frauds. I only gave this map a cursory glance when I took it from Sunday High, she continued, her voice rising with urgency. But based on my years of field experience, this map is at least 90% accurate. The issue lies in that remaining 10%. My expression was unervingly calm as I returned her gaze, much like a teacher patiently guiding a student who has yet to grasp the concept. Mingwe, let me ask you this. On the west side of Black Wind Pass, 3 miles out, there's a stream marked as Deadwater Ravine. What lies upstream of it? Qin Mingyue froze for a moment, instinctively responding. The map shows it leads to a rocky plain. Wrong. I shook my head confidently. It's a marshland. The area isn't large, but it's enough to swallow an entire squad of 100 men. And here, I pointed to another spot on the map. This place, marked as Eagle's Sorrow Cliff. The terrain is steep, easy to defend, but tough to attack. But what they overlooked, my finger tapped decisively on the map, is that to the north of Eagle's Sorrow Cliff, there's a hidden trail known only to the local hunters. One that loops behind the cliff. How do you know all this? Qin Mingyue stared at me in utter disbelief. You're just a rookie with only 3 years of service. Even the most seasoned scouts in the army might not know these things so clearly. I smiled faintly and tapped my temple. The me from before didn't know. But now, I do. I didn't give too much of an explanation and instead slowly closed my eyes. In that instant, my brain felt like it had been transformed into a supercomputer upgraded with a new CPU and memory. The combined talents of photographic memory and lightning thinking clicked together perfectly. Fragments of memories surged through my mind like tidal waves, dredged up from the recesses of my consciousness. The life experiences of the original Lin Feng over the past 18 years. Mundane moments long ignored or forgotten were now as vivid as crystal clear water. I saw my childhood, when my old hunter father taught me to track rabbits and gather medicinal herbs in the forests of Black Wind Pass. I remembered him pointing to an unremarkable low-lying area on the horizon and warning me, "Son, remember, that place is called Ghost's Maw. Looks like flat ground, but step in there and you're as good as dead." That, right there, was the area labeled as Rocky Flats on the map. I saw my teenage years, when I climbed the treacherous Eagle's Sorrow Cliff alone to retrieve a rare plant called Dragon's Bloodgrass. On the backside of the cliff, I stumbled upon a winding, concealed path, covered in vines and shrubs, wide enough for only one person to pass. This was the northern vulnerability completely unmarked on the enemy's map. I even saw my first day in the military, when I caught a glance at the map of the Northern Defense Zone hanging at headquarters, the most detailed topographical map of the Northern Territories. I hadn't thought much of it back then, only that it was impressive. I hadn't made a deliberate effort to remember it. But now, every river's curve, every mountain's contour, even the tiny emblem left in the corner by the cartographer, stood perfectly etched in my mind, as if I had just run my fingers along the texture of its parchment. Now, I understand. When I opened my eyes, a sharp, almost omniscient sheen of brilliance flashed within them, a light that could unsettle the heart. It had all become clear to me. Those 5 North Tribal Scouts weren't a vanguard team. They were bait, a sacrificial squad. The map they carried wasn't a battle route, but a meticulously crafted death trap, a false map designed with sinister genius. The North Tribes deliberately allowed that team to be captured, even sacrificed, just to ensure this deceptive map reached the army of the Great Qian. If the border army followed the map and deployed their forces to entrap the enemy at one-line sky, they would unknowingly bypass the real, hidden path for a sneak attack. Instead, they'd end up marching straight into the so-called Rocky Flats, or rather, the Ghost's Maw marshland. Trapped in the quagmire with no retreat, the trapped army would then face annihilation as the true North Tribal forces descended upon them from behind Eagle's Sorrow Cliff. What a cunning chain of deception. What a perfect honey trap. As the realization hit me, a cold sweat ran down my back. If not for Lu Rian gifting me the ability of photographic memory, I would have never uncovered the deadly trap hidden behind this map. By then, I wouldn't just fail my duty. I'd become the man who doomed tens of thousands of comrades with my own hands, a traitorous villain cursed for eons. I understand now. Qin Mingyue, watching the rapid shifts in my expression, pieced it together as well. Her once steady and determined face instantly paled. This is a trap. You're right. I nodded, though a faintly icy sneer tugged at the corners of my lips. A trap tailored precisely to us. I looked over at Lu Ruyan, my eyes brimming with an unmatched admiration and gratitude. Ruyan, you've saved all of our lives today. Caught off guard, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She ducked her head, stammering softly, I didn't really do anything. It's all thanks to how brilliant you are. No, it's you who's brilliant. I replied with a mix of seriousness and warmth, ruffling her hair gently, as if soothing a shy kitten. From now on, you're my chief strategist. Turning back, I fixed my gaze on the forged map spread across the desk. My expression deepened, a smirk of fascination beginning to play on my lips. Asterisk photographic memory. Now that's what I call a walking library. Asterisk. I murmured to myself while picking up a stray charcoal pencil, inspecting its tip with a calculating glint in my eyes. The thing is, they accounted for everything, except one small detail. Facing Qin Mingyue and Su Qingsu, my eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hunter closing in on its prey. They thought they had tricked us by giving us a fake map. But what they didn't realize was, I flipped that piece of animal hide map over. On the smooth, blank backside, my hand moved swiftly, lines and curves flowing like a dragon dancing in ink. Within moments, an entirely new map came to life, one far more detailed and precise. Mountains, rivers, valleys, secret paths, countless details buried deep in the recesses of the original owner's mind, emerged as if summoned by my pen. I glanced at the three women before me, their shocked faces reflecting the brilliance of my handiwork. I grinned broadly, bearing a row of white teeth. To me, this wasn't a fake map. It was a blank canvas. With the final stroke drawn, I slid the newly completed map, perfectly designed to determine the outcome of a decisive battle, across the table toward the three. Turning to Qin Mingyue, who was staring at me as though in a stupor, I leaned forward, speaking in an unyielding tone. We have the strategist. We have the map. Now, my future general, let me ask you this. Against a group of arrogant fools, strutting around with fake intel, convinced they've already won, how do we strike back? How do we strike back? This question hit like a spark, igniting the battlefield spirit deeply ingrained in Qin Mingyue's lineage. Her gaze moved from the flawless counterattack map I had illustrated back to my bold and teasing eyes. Excitement surged through her, firing up every last cell in her body. Traps? Schemes? Against the overwhelming advantage of superior intelligence, their ploys would serve as no more than their own death warrants. Turn their plan against them. The light in Qin Mingyue's phoenix-like eyes exploded with intensity, the blood of a warrior coursing fully to life. Since they want to ambush us at Ghost's Maw Swamp, we can preemptively station troops along the nearby game hunter's path and ambush the ambushers. Well said. I praised her with genuine admiration. The woman had a knack for strategy, no doubt about it. But Su Qing-snow, who had remained silent until now, raised the most critical concern. Her face mirrored her unease as she said, "This plan may be brilliant, but how are we going to meet with Chief Colonel Xiao? Sun Dihai and Li Bao have already suffered major losses at your hands. They're surely not going to let us anywhere near the general." Her words landed like a cold splash of water on Qin Mingyue's burning determination. She was right. A perfect plan, a flawless map, both are worthless if they can't reach the decision-maker's desk. But I simply chuckled, exuding calm assurance as I looked at Su Qing-snow, who said, "I was planning to see the chief colonel?" What? The three were taken aback. If the plan wasn't to meet the chief colonel, then what was all this planning for? Sun Dihai is corrupt. His embezzlement of military merits is evident. There's no way Chief Colonel Xiao Yuanshan doesn't know this. But the fact that Xiao hasn't acted yet tells us one thing. My voice carried a sharp edge of observation. It means he's waiting. watching, trying to gauge how much value there is in this unexpected piece that's just appeared on the board, that piece being me. So, I paused for effect, revealing the true intention behind my actions. What we need to do now is not to beg him to see us, but to make our accomplishments so big, so undeniable, that he has no choice but to see us. So big, he'll have to invite us personally. I pointed to the newly crafted map, the corner of my mouth curling into a dangerous, audacious grin. The northern tribes want to play dirty? Fine, let's play big. Mingwe, you stay here and protect Qing Snow and Ruyan. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for the three to respond, I scooped up the fake map the northern tribes had left behind, turned on my heel, and strode out of the woodshed in long, purposeful strides. The sun had risen fully now. The training grounds of the scout camp were still a mess from yesterday's chaos. Sun Di and the Li Bao brothers had already been carried off by medics. Meanwhile, my bold gesture of handing out food and supplies had spread like wildfire, earning me a kind of reverence among the ordinary soldiers. By the time I stepped back onto the training grounds, the mere sight of me had soldiers straightening their backs instinctively, their eyes radiating genuine awe and respect. I paid no attention to the admiration surrounding me and strode directly toward the muscular man still directing a group of recruits to clean up the mess. Wang Dazui. The moment he saw me approaching, his simple but sturdy face tightened in terror. The broom in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Sir Lin. He stammered, nervously rubbing his hands together, not even daring to meet my eyes. The man both feared and admired me now. Admired me because I had kept my promise, bringing him and the others who had stayed out of the fight a hot, hearty bowl of meat soup as reward. And feared me because of the terrifying power and ruthlessness he had seen from me last night, a display that left an indelible mark on his memory. Did the soup taste good? I asked casually, a faint smile playing on my lips. It was delicious. Wang Dazui instinctively licked his lips, answering earnestly. Do you want to drink soup like that every day? Yes. His eyes lit up immediately, only to dim in the next instant as he sheepishly scratched his head, muttering under his breath. But I know I'm just a roughneck. Not much use, probably doesn't matter what I want. No, you do. I interrupted him, my gaze serious and unwavering. I'm asking you this. What's your greatest skill? Wang Dazui froze, thinking for a long moment before awkwardly replying. I'm really strong. No one in my village is stronger than me. How strong? I pressed. Well, I can carry a 300-pound wild boar on my back and walk 10 miles through the mountains without even breaking a sweat. Goodness gracious. My eyes lit up. This guy was like a human crane. A natural-born heavy infantryman. A prime candidate for the vanguard with halberds. Very good. I nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the fake map left behind by the Beatty people and holding it out to him. Now, I have a mission for you, I said, my tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Take this map to the mess hall and find an old veteran named Uncle Chun. Tell him this was given to you by me and only hand it to him directly. Anyone else asks about it, just say you don't know. Got it. Wang Dazui didn't fully understand what this was all about, but didn't dare disobey my orders. With great care, he tucked the animal hide map securely on his person. Then, beating his chest like an ox, he boomed. Rest assured, Lord Lin, even if I die trying, I will deliver this. Good. I patted his arm, which was thicker than my own thigh, feeling the iron-like muscles beneath. My satisfaction grew. Wang Dazui, I said, looking at this honest and straightforward hulk of a man with a genuine smile. Do you want to follow me? His breathing grew ragged instantaneously. His giant eyes, like copper bells, widened in disbelief as he stared at me. Happiness had never come so suddenly. Yes, I want to, he practically roared. Then remember what I'm telling you today. Locking eyes with him, I spoke evenly, each word laden with something almost hypnotic. From now on, stay close to me. Follow Lin Feng. I won't make promises about anything else. But I guarantee you'll get meat with every meal. At the mess hall, out in the backyard, a frail, hunchbacked old veteran with snow-white hair and beard was slowly chopping wood. Unremarkable from head to toe, he appeared to be the most inconspicuous presence in the entire camp. Uncle Chun, they called him, quiet and unassuming, always busy with his tasks. You, Uncle Chun. Wang Dazui gasped for air as he arrived, presenting the map with both hands respectfully. This map was given to me by Lord Lin to deliver to you personally. The chopping motion paused ever so slightly. The cloudy, aged eyes of Uncle Chun slowly raised to examine the towering young man before him, then shifted to the map in his hands. Wordlessly, he accepted it and unfurled the map with deliberate care. One glance. His previously cloudy eyes instantly sharpened, piercing like a predator's, like that of an eagle. A flash of killing intent so fierce, so icy, emanated from him, entirely at odds with his bowed, diminutive frame, that Wang Dazui felt a chill climb relentlessly up his spine and into his brain. Instinctively, he stumbled back 2 steps, staring in wide-eyed shock at the old man who suddenly seemed to have transformed into a stranger. This map. Uncle Chin's voice was now hoarse and gravelly. His gaze locked on the area marked as Dry Stream Gulch, the lights in his murky eyes flickering with a mix of emotions, complexity, pain, nostalgia. Was it given to you by him? Why, yeah, Wang Dazui stammered in reply. Silence. He slowly rolled up the map, gripping it tightly. So tightly, in fact, that the knuckles on his weathered, calloused hands turned white. Looking off toward the command tent in the deep recesses of Scout Camp, his old eyes glistened with hints of reminiscence, hesitation, and, at last, resignation that dissolved into a barely audible sigh. So be it, so be it. Murmuring under his breath, Uncle Chun waved a hand dismissively at Wang Dazui. Go on. Tell that rascal. I know what to do. He paused for a moment before softly adding something. So faintly, it could have passed as sleep-talking. Tell him. He reminds me of the late Captain Qin. When Wang Dazui returned with his face full of confusion, relay word for word to me what Uncle Chun had said. Qin Mingyue in the corner reacted even more dramatically. Captain Qin, she gasped, her phoenix-like eyes widening in shock as she stared me down. Uncle Chun knew my father? I allowed a small, sly smile to spread across my face. Looks like I was right. From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I could tell Uncle Chun was no ordinary old cook. In the memories of my predecessor, the original owner of this body, Uncle Chun was an exceptionally quiet, invisible figure who went about his mundane work unnoticed. But when I was gravely injured and left for dead, discarded like refuse amongst the firewood, he was the only one who occasionally brought me hot water or a cold leftover bun. Back then, the original owner had assumed it was just a matter of kindness from the elderly. But now, in my heightened state, armed with my keen insight ability, I could glean an entirely different narrative from the details. How could an ordinary cook have such free access to heavily guarded areas, especially one meant to hold those on the verge of death? And how could there be such a fleeting yet sharp and wolf-like gaze, calm, yet razor-sharp, that I managed to catch? The most critical part was that in the few memories left by the original owner, Uncle Chun had, more than once, casually mentioned someone in his presence. Commander Qin Lai of the Eaglet Strike Battalion. Uncle Chun. He used to be my father's most trusted scout captain. Qin Mingyue's voice trembled from excitement, her eyes instantly turning red. 3 years ago, my father perished in battle. His loyal soldiers either died or were scattered to the winds. Uncle Chun was gravely injured during that battle, losing a leg. He became disheartened and withdrew to work in the kitchen. I truly believed he had. She never thought that this man, whom she assumed had been worn down by time and sought only a quiet life in the kitchen, was still alive, and had quietly guarded the last traces of her father in his own way. He's not disheartened, I said, my gaze deepening. He's been lying low, waiting for the right moment. A moment to avenge Qin Lai, a moment to right the wrongs of that devastating defeat. Then what he said earlier. Su Kingsnow's eyes flickered with understanding as if some pieces of the puzzle came together. He's very much like Commander Qin back then. I repeated his words slowly, a confident smile playing on my lips. That wasn't meant for me. It was said for someone else to hear. Captain of the 1,000-man camp, Xiao Yuanshan. Northern Frontier Army, Scout Battalion, Commander's tent. The tent's setup was simple, yet carried an air of unyielding strength. At its center stood an enormous battlefield sandbox, bristling with multicolored flags marking strategic points. In front of the sandbox, a middle-aged man clad in dark iron armor stood with arms behind his back. His face was carved with determination, a natural authority exuding from his presence. This was Xiao Yuanshan, the commanding officer of the scout battalion. General, a soldier entered the tent, knelt on one knee, and respectfully raised a rolled-up leather map over his head. This was sent by Uncle Chan. Xiao Yuanshan's body jolted. He spun around abruptly, his hawk-like gaze shining with a startling intensity as he snatched the map and unfurled it. The moment his eyes fell on the marked site on the map, Crimson Creek Bend adorned with a striking red trap character, his previously impassive face finally revealed a rare look of utter shock. "The ghost's maw? It's the ghost's maw," he murmured in disbelief, a fine layer of cold sweat quickly forming on his forehead. As the commander of the scout battalion, how could he not know the ghost's maw? It was a deadly swamp in Black Wind Pass where not even birds dared to land. If he'd followed Sun Dihai's merit proposal and ordered troops to storm the one-line sky path, his forces would have been lured straight into this treacherous death trap. The consequences would have been disastrous. Brilliant. What a cunning, borrowed blade to kill. What a perfect trap within a trap. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes blazed, radiating murderous intent. Those northern barbarians, and that treacherous henchman, Sun Dihai. With that, he slammed his fist onto the table so hard that the wood cracked, leaving a prominent imprint. "Soldiers," he bellowed. "Here, sir." Effective immediately, Sun Dihai, Li Bao, and Li Hu are charged with embezzling military merit, framing fellow officers, and conspiring with the enemy. Arrest them at once and hold them in the dungeon until judgment. Understood. The soldiers saluted and left in haste. The large tent once again grew silent. Xiao Yuanshan looked down at the map in his hands, the one that had just saved tens of thousands of lives. His gaze lingered for a moment before flipping it over to reveal a flawlessly drawn, reversal strategy map that I personally had created. His expression grew indescribably complex. "Old crippled Chun, your eyes are still as sharp as ever." After a long pause, he slowly raised his head, looking out in the direction of the woodshed where I remained. Within his sharp gaze sparked something new, curiosity and admiration deeper than ever before. Qin Lai's soldiers, Qin Lai's spear, and now Qin Lai's daughter. And now, there's a young upstart even more unruly than Qin Lai ever was. Interesting. Truly fascinating. He strode back to the sandbox, picked up the flag symbolizing the northern tribe's main force, and then a black game piece representing a hidden force, letting his fingers glide across my newly drawn map. His hand paused, hovering above a secret path that led behind Eagle Sorrow Cliff. In his mind, a bold, audacious plan began taking shape, a plan capable of shifting the whole northern frontier's balance of power. He placed the black piece down at a pivotal, yet critical spot on the map, smiling faintly the entire time. "Boy," he smirked with an expression filled with anticipation. "Let's see just how sharp a blade you truly are." Inside the woodshed, when I unveiled the entire plan, Su Qing Snow and Lu Ruyan stared at me, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer brilliance and daring it entailed. However, only Qin. The bright moonlight seemed to flicker in her phoenix-like eyes, blazing like the fires of war. "You mean?" She looked at me, her voice trembling with excitement. "We're not waiting for General Zhao's orders? We're taking the initiative." "Wait." I chuckled. "Why wait?" I stood up, walking towards the doorway and gazed into the distance, where the rolling mountains lay dormant under the night sky like sleeping giants. Ambition burned fiercely in my eyes. Military merits are not given. They're seized. I turned around slowly, looking at the three women inside the room who had irrevocably tied their fates to mine. A confident and almost audacious smile formed on my face. "Now, everything is in place. All we need is the east wind." I fixed my gaze on Lu Ruyan, my eyes bright with expectation. "My dear strategist, tell me, where shall we borrow this east wind?" "My dear strategist?" My half-serious, half-teasing words made Lu Ruyan's fair complexion, already flushed with excitement, turn an even deeper shade of red. She instinctively lifted her head. What she saw in return were my eyes, glowing like stars, filled with trust, expectation, and respect. There was no trace of condescension, no doubt, only unwavering recognition of her as an equal, a vital partner. Lu Rian's heart was profoundly moved. Ever since she was a child, she had been well-versed in literature and strategy, her mind brimming with profound ideas. Yet, in this era where a woman's virtue lies in her ignorance, her talents had nowhere to flourish. Worse still, her brilliance had brought disaster upon her and her family. But now, this man, this man who had pulled her from the depths of despair, showed her the utmost trust. More than that, he entrusted her with the linchpin of a gambit that could determine the fates of tens of thousands, a move that might influence the entire northern warfront. The weight of this trust? It was heavier than a mountain. Lu Rian took a deep breath, gradually calming herself from the whirlwind of emotions. Her almond-shaped eyes, still slightly flustered from both shyness and excitement, began to clear, becoming steady, focused, and profound. With the dual blessings of the bloodline of the literary sage and quick-witted discernment, her thoughts, at this moment, became sharper and clearer than ever. She moved slowly towards the table, her delicate and slender hands, ones that once only knew how to play the zither or paint, now glided across the map, a symbol of wars and schemes. The gentle frailty of the Jiangnan bell faded away like an ebbing tide. What replaced it was an aura of calm calculation, a demeanor exuding the confidence to command armies and strategize victories. "My lord," she raised her head, the term of endearment rolling naturally off her tongue for the first time. "You just said everything is ready except for the east wind. What you're referring to is finding a legitimate way to mobilize an elite strike team capable of carrying out a decapitation mission, yes?" My eyes sparkled immediately. Ah, to know me so well. Lu Ruyan, indeed. She was absolutely correct. That was precisely my dilemma. While I had gained significant prestige in the scout camp, I was, in the grand scheme of the military, still a nobody. No rank, no commission, no authority to command even a single soldier. And to execute something as daring as an elite strike mission on Eagle Grief Ravine, I would need at least a 10-man team of seasoned, well-coordinated operatives. Precisely, I nodded with approval. So, dear strategist, what is your advice? Where should we borrow this east wind? Lu Rian's lips curved into a subtle, self-assured smile. That smile seemed to illuminate her entire being. "My lord, who do you think is our greatest enemy right now?" she asked instead of answering. "The northern barbarians," Qin Mingyue replied immediately. "No." Lu Ruyan shook her head, her clear eyes alight with the brilliance of wisdom. "The northern barbarians are our enemy on the surface, but our most immediate adversary, the one standing in our way, is the rules." Her fingers traced the map, pausing on the military camp. "It's the rigid hierarchy, the stringent military laws, and the people within the Northern Defense Army who are just waiting for a chance to crush us underfoot. Even though Sun Dihai has fallen, the scout camp remains rife with factions and intrigue. Right now, we're like a leaf adrift on a raging sea, seemingly flourishing yet precariously vulnerable. One misstep, and we'll be swallowed whole, leaving nothing behind." Her words instantly tempered Qin Mingyue's fiery temperament. She was right. I had used brute force to temporarily seize control of the scouts, but this kind of respect was fleeting and fragile. Should we face suppression by higher-ups or a challenge embedded in protocols, we would be powerless. "So what do we do?" Qin Mingyue pressed, her voice laced with urgency. Lu Rian's gaze fell once more on the map. Her finger gently tapped on a location labeled One-Line Sky, the decoy northern barbarian camp. "My lord mentioned turning their trick against them. But in my opinion, this trick isn't enough," she said, her eyes flashing with a resolve and cunning that belied her delicate appearance. "Here, a voice softer than the flutter of a butterfly's wings. That," she whispered, her tone carrying both mystery and mischief, "is a secret that only the two of us need to know, for now." And just like that, with a single breathy phrase, she left me hanging on the edge of sweet anticipation, her brilliance once again outshining even the stars above. My heart raced, more from her closeness than the thrill of the strategy, as she took a step back, her knowing smile teasing and triumphant. For a moment, the silence lingered between us, broken only by the soft creak of the wooden floor beneath her gentle movements. Her confidence, her wit, her sheer audacity, It was utterly intoxicating. This woman, my wife, my partner, my unparalleled strategist. Well, my dear, I finally managed, my voice laced with a playful tone as I leaned slightly toward her. You are full of surprises. I suppose I'll just have to look forward to the finale, won't I? Indeed, she replied, lifting her chin with an air of feigned aloofness, though the playful spark in her eyes betrayed her amusement. But rest assured, my lord husband, when the curtain falls on this play, victory will be ours to claim. Qing'er and Zhu Qingshid exchanged glances, the look in their eyes a mixture of admiration, astonishment, and perhaps a hint of envy. They stood there, as if rooted to the ground, unable to decide whether to applaud or bow to the sheer ingenuity displayed by Ruyan. Truly, Su Qingxia exhaled, her voice barely above a whisper. A fox in a lady's guise. Noted, I don't know whether to feel safe or terrified having you on our side. Qin Mingyan nodded in agreement, her usual fiery demeanor replaced by a grudging reverence. With schemes like these, even the heavens may tremble. As for me, I simply laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the dimly lit room. The admiration I felt for Luyan coursed through every fiber of my being. This wasn't merely a clever plan. It was a masterpiece of artistry and intellect combined. Well then, I declared, my voice resolute. It seems I have my marching orders. Luyan smiled softly, her previous sharpness giving way to a gentler, more tender demeanor as she looked at me. And I, dear husband, will be here, waiting for your triumphant return. The warm flicker of the oil lamp cast shadows on the walls, dancing alongside the faint smirk still tugging at the corners of my lips. Together, we were about to pull off a deception so grand, an orchestra of mind and heart in perfect harmony. The time was now set, the stage ready, and the plot, a work of unparalleled genius. The soft, delicate voice, carrying a tinge of a southern accent like the gentle waters of Jiangnan, spoke quietly. Husband, have you forgotten? In our home, we have someone who can turn a feigned injury into a real one, the divine healer herself. My body jolted abruptly. I whipped my head around to glance at Su Qingxue, who had been sitting quietly nearby, listening the entire time. Her cheeks flushed lightly, and she lowered her head shyly. A bolt of realization flashed through my mind. Of course, how could I have overlooked such a key part of the plan? No matter how convincing my acting was, it would still only appear to be superficial injuries. But with Su Qingxue, this master healer, by my side, the effect would be entirely different. With just a few skillful acupuncture needles and a bowl of bitter herbal concoction, even if Xiao Yuanshan called in every military doctor under his command, none would discover the ruse. The conclusion they'd undoubtedly reach would be this. Lin Feng's injuries are critical, his vital organs severely damaged, and his sole reason for standing upright is sheer, unyielding fortitude and spirit. Ha 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 ha. Once everything clicked, I couldn't help but laugh uproariously, full of exhilarated satisfaction. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant beyond measure. A perfect, seamless loop had formed. Martial prowess, strategy, and medical expertise, my three wives were like divine blessings from heaven, the ultimate cheat codes. My dear military advisor, you truly are my most precious treasure. Momentarily carried away by excitement, I forgot there were others nearby. Without thinking, I swept Lu Ruyan into my arms, lifting her slender figure and spinning her around several times on the spot. Lu Ruyan let out a startled, shy scream and pounded her delicate fists against my sturdy chest, her fair face blooming into a flush so deep it seemed ready to drip with warmth. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyue, watching this sudden scene unfold, couldn't help but feel that the osmanthus cake she'd just eaten now carried a slight tang of sourness. The next morning, the scout camp was rocked by shocking news. The hero who had recently performed the miraculous feat of single-handedly infiltrating Haifengku, bringing back 5 enemy leader heads and critical intelligence, Lin Feng, had set out once again. This time, it wasn't in the stealth of night. I boldly announced my departure in front of the entire camp and walked alone, with my head held high, toward the jungle infamously known as the Graveyard of Death. Everyone was deeply moved by what they perceived as my fearlessness and unyielding spirit. But less than 2 hours later, A frantic sound of galloping hooves broke through the air. A panicked warhorse, frothing at the mouth, tore into the encampment from the direction of Haifenku. On its back swayed a blood-drenched figure, barely holding on. It's Lin Feng. He's injured. The entire scout camp erupted in chaos. Soldiers flooded toward the scene. When they finally reached me, gasps and exhales of cold air rippled through the crowd. I looked utterly devastated. Wounds of varying sizes covered my entire body, and a particularly severe gash nearly severed my left arm at the shoulder. My once white robe was now utterly dyed in blood, clothes clinging to me like a second, crimson skin. My face was pale as death, and my lips were an eerie shade of purple. Were it not for the faintest motion in my chest, they would have assumed me already dead. Quick, fetch the medical team. Where's the divine healer? Sushini, get Sushini here at once. Someone was the first to shout Su Qingshue's name. Within moments, Su Qingxue appeared, flanked by Qin Mingyue and Lu Ruyan, carrying her medicinal kit, face pale with worry, running up urgently. She saw my barely clinging to life state and immediately teared up, silent rivulets of anguish rolling down her cheeks. Her distraught, yet professional demeanor as the heavens seemed to collapse around her stirred deep empathy in every heart present. "Everyone move," she commanded, voice trembling with emotion but resolute in its authority. "His injuries are severe, don't touch him. Get me my acupuncture needles now." Right there, in broad daylight, an intense and gripping rescue operation unfolded. The noise and commotion soon reached the command tent, drawing the attention of Xiao Yuanshan himself. The iron-willed veteran general arrived, flanked by his personal guards. When he saw my wretched condition and the blood-soaked, detailed map recovered from my belongings, even this stoic leader couldn't help a flicker of emotion and awe flash across his sharp eyes. "Good. What a truly loyal and courageous warrior," he praised, gazing at my unconscious form resting on the stretcher. His voice carried a rare tinge of warmth and genuine admiration. Though his sharp mind surely deduced parts of my act were exaggerated, the sheer determination and fearlessness I demonstrated by wagering my life for a future outcome had clearly earned his regard. By the afternoon, news spread across the camp. I had awoken from my state of near death. Despite my serious injuries, I pushed myself to my feet with Qin Mingyue's aid. Step by step, I approached the command tent, ignoring my apparent frailty, and knelt before the 1,000-strong soldiers watching in awe and reverence. On one knee, my voice, raspy but brimming with resolve, rang out, each word carried like thunder. "General, this subordinate has failed in my duty. I was unable to locate the enemy's main forces. Please grant me one more chance. Commander, I am willing to sign a military pledge. With the heart ready to die, I will charge into the Black Wind Pass once more. I, your subordinate, do not seek to return alive. I only ask to carve out a path of survival for my tens of thousands of brothers in the Northern Defense Army." These words were spoken with overwhelming emotion and determination, instantly igniting the fiery spirit within every soldier present. "Well said. Master Lin, we're going with you. General, let us go? We're not afraid to die." The crowd was full of fervor and fervent loyalty. Xiao Yuanshan looked at the scene before him, his gaze lingering on the young man kneeling on the ground, whose body seemed on the verge of collapse, yet whose eyes glowed as brightly as fire. No more hesitation lingered in his heart. He stepped forward, personally helping me up, his tiger-like eyes filled with unmasked approval. "Good. This general will grant you the opportunity to atone for your sins with merit." His voice, thunderous and commanding, echoed across the entire training ground. "I hereby authorize you to select 10 warriors from the entire camp to form a special scout unit under your sole command. Resources, supplies, horses, everything will be granted without limits. All I ask from you is to bring me one thing, a miracle. Success." Joy surged through my heart, though I maintained a face of tearful gratitude and the expression of a soldier willing to die for the one who recognizes him. "Thank you, my general." Wasting no time, I turned to face the training ground, filled with countless faces brimming with fervor and anticipation. My gaze, sharp as a blade, swept slowly across the soldiers before locking onto a few. Wang Dazue, big hammer. Here. Wang Dazue stood up straight, his chest puffed out in pride, his face flushed red with excitement. Li Ergu, two dogs. Here. A lean, wiry man hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth and stepping forward. I continued to call out names, selecting a total of 10 individuals, some honest and straightforward, some cunning and sly, others silent and reserved, and even a few bloodthirsty and combative types. These 10 were carefully chosen, a result of days spent sifting through the original host's memories and my own observation. The most promising yet bold renegades in the scout camp. The 10 called out stood tall, stepping forward from the ranks to face me, their eyes filled with excitement, nervousness, and a touch of insecurity. Looking at this ragtag group, a team of what could only be described as misfits under my command, I couldn't help but let a confident smile cross my face. I knew these men were like unrefined pieces of iron, and I would shape them through ruthless yet effective training into an indestructible blade. Clearing my throat, I faced the 10 who would soon share life and death with me, as well as the entire scout camp. With a tone full of power and pride, I declared, "From this day forward, our team will bear one name. It is called Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf." As I shouted the name, the vibrant memories of my past life seemed to overlap with the present, spanning time and space. It was a profound sense of glory and faith carved into my very soul. For Wang Daze, Li Ergu, and the 10 freshly recruited greenhorns, the name might have felt strange at first, but it carried an undeniable air of dominance. They straightened their backs, their eyes gleaming with hope and anticipation for the future. However, they would soon realize they were celebrating far too early. That very afternoon, Xiao Yuanshan's orders swiftly circulated throughout the camp. Lin Feng, due to merits, was promoted to the new scout squad leader, with full authority over the Lone Wolf Special Scouting Unit's formation and training. Furthermore, under the guise of my reasonable requests, Xiao Yuanshan personally granted approval for the rarely used vacant training field behind the scout camp, along with a row of unoccupied barracks nearby, to be designated as Lone Wolf's exclusive training base and campsite. The official reasoning was recovery. With that, I not only had people, rank, and a name, I now had territory as well. When I brought my 3 wives and 10 unruly, unpolished yet defiant subordinates to the new base, everyone assumed they were about to experience a peaceful period of rest and recuperation, preparing for the battles ahead. Even Qin Minghua thought so. "We're going to live here from now on?" she asked, gazing at the barracks, simple and rough, but leagues better than the old firewood shed. Her phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a rare sense of stability. "That's correct," I nodded, clapping my hands to draw everyone's attention. "Brothers," my voice rang clear and strong. "Welcome to the Lone Wolf team. I know every one of you joined me with hopes of rising through the ranks and enjoying the spoils of victory." The bluntness of my words embarrassed a few crafty old hands, like Li Ergu, who chuckled awkwardly. But my tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp and serious. To feast, to succeed, you've got to have the skills. On the battlefield, steel and blades show no mercy. If your skills fall short, death is certain. So, my gaze, piercing as a blade, swept across every soul in the room before announcing. Individuals, including Qin Minghua, were given the directive, starting now, until we embark on our mission, all of you must undergo my special training. Here, there are no team leaders, no Miss General, no veterans or rookies. You have only one identity. From this moment on, you're all reserve members of the Lone Wolf unit. And as for me, I pointed to myself, a devilish smirk playing on my lips. I'm your instructor. The next day, before dawn, a sharp, clanging noise from a brass gong echoed through the entire Lone Wolf camp. Get up, drag your sorry selves out of bed now," I shouted while banging the gong, my voice cutting through the barracks with an undeniable authority. Wang Dazue and the others, deep in their slumber, were startled awake like a bomb had gone off. Groggily scrambling and stumbling, they ended up tumbling out of their bunks. By the time everyone saw me standing composed and alert at the barracks doorway, I was already fully dressed, looking sharp, with the brass gong still in hand. Get yourselves into proper gear and be at the training ground in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you're late, I paused, letting a sweet yet ominous smile spread across my face. There's no breakfast for you. No breakfast. For these men who live to eat and fuel their soldiering. The words, no breakfast, might as well have been a death sentence. The barracks descended into chaos as everyone scrambled like headless chickens. When all 11 of them, disheveled and barely standing upright, finally assembled on the training field, the incense stick had just burned down to its last ember. Good. Nobody's late, I said with approval, nodding. Then, with a sharp gesture, I pointed to a row of unevenly sized logs that had been neatly arranged on the side of the training field and announced their first task. All of you, strap on 20 pounds of weight, gear up for a long run. Around the back mountain, 10 laps. What? The words were like a thunderclap, leaving every one of them dumbfounded. The back mountain had a trail that was at least 5 miles per lap. 10 laps meant 50 miles. With 20 pounds of weight. This wasn't training. This was insanity. What's that? Complaints. A cold, piercing look swept across my face. See Coach. Lee Ergu, typically the slyest of the bunch, mustered up his courage and tiptoed up to me with a flattering smile on his face. We're scouts. You know scouts. Aren't we supposed to train for stealth and assassinations? All this running doesn't seem like scouts. I cut him off sharply. Let me ask you this. When you're exposed, when a pack of northern barbarian cavalry is chasing you down, what are you going to rely on to survive? That sweet-talking mouth of yours. Lee Erga froze, stumped into silence on the spot. Physical fitness. I barked, my voice rigorous and unrelenting. It's the foundation of everything in combat. Without a strong body, all the skills in the world are useless. I don't care how you were trained before. Here in the Lone Wolf unit, my rules are law. And right now, my rule is simple. Move now. Under my intense gaze, every single one of them, even Qin Mingyue, had no choice but to grit their teeth, hoist the heavy logs onto their shoulders, and begin what would become a truly grueling self-punishment session of a morning run. And this was just the beginning. After completing the 50-mile run, the entire squad looked like a pack of exhausted dogs, collapsed on the ground, eyes glazed, with no strength left for even the smallest movement. But I allowed them no rest, not even for a moment. All of you, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, frog jumps, 3 laps around the entire training field. One unexpected, and in their words, absurd, task after another was issued with unwavering precision, leaving no room for reprieve. Throughout the field, groans and cries filled the air. See, Coach, I can't. I really can't do it anymore. One of the soldiers, thin and wiry, flopped down during his push-ups, absolutely spent. I walked over, towering above him. My eyes were as sharp and unyielding as steel. Can't, I said coldly, each syllable like freezing ice. Let me tell you something. On the battlefield, you don't have the luxury of saying I can't. The moment those words leave your mouth, an enemy blade will have already severed your head. I pointed toward Qin Mingyue, who, though pale and drenched in sweat, was silently gritting her teeth and persevering through each grueling movement without complaint. Look at her, a woman, and she's tougher than you lot. That comment hit them where it hurt, their pride. They might have been okay admitting they were exhausted, but there was no way they'd admit a woman outmatched them in guts. With a roar of defiance, the exhausted soldier on the ground miraculously found the strength to push himself back up and carry on. This relentless regimen continued all day. These soldiers, who previously lounged around and shirked duties, were put through one of the most scientifically advanced yet grueling special forces training methodologies from the 21st century, methods they'd never even heard of. For the first time in their lives, the idea of pushing their limits took on a whole new meaning. Only as the sun set did I finally blow the whistle signaling the end of the day's training. The lot of them collapsed onto the ground like marionettes with their strings cut, not even bothering to lift a single finger. They felt like every bone and every muscle in their bodies had been torn apart. But then a tantalizing, heady aroma of stewed meat began wafting over from the mess hall in the distance. That was stewed meat. The aroma. Everyone instinctively swallowed their saliva. as their stomachs protested with a grumble. I looked at their exhausted and famished faces, and a smile finally crept across mine. I walked to the center of the training ground where everyone could see and planted a meticulously prepared training plan. The paper was covered in densely packed text detailing an even more brutal regimen of training they were about to face in the coming days. "Want some meat?" I asked loudly. "Yes," they responded feebly but with genuine desire. "Then remember what I say today." I pointed at the training plan, my voice low and menacing like a devil's whisper, yet full of irresistible temptation. "Starting tomorrow, whoever completes all the training tasks first, the largest piece of meat in the pot is theirs." As for the last one, my lips curved into a wicked grin. "Sorry, not only do they get no meat, but they also have to scrub the pots and clean the dishes for everyone." Time flew by. Over the next 3 days, the Lone Wolf Squad's exclusive camp turned into a living hell. I manifestly embodied the title of Demon Instructor, pushing every team member to their physical limits with ruthless training, refining every flawed combat posture with uncompromising precision, and using the most unconventional methods to train their stealth, camouflage, reconnaissance, and teamwork skills. At first, complaints and groans echoed everywhere. But as they dragged their near-broken bodies to enjoy the deliciously rich meat soup bought with funds sponsored by Sunday High, as they felt their bodies grow visibly stronger and tougher, and as they watched even someone like Qin Mingyue, a supposedly pampered young lady, grit her teeth and finish all the tasks without so much as a whimper, sometimes surpassing the men in certain disciplines, all the grievances faded away. They were replaced by an unprecedented sense of camaraderie and pride. They began to truly see themselves as part of the Lone Wolf. And me? In their hearts, I had already transformed from a powerful demon into a leader worthy of their unwavering loyalty, the Wolf King. Fourth night, midnight. The moon was dark and the wind was high, the perfect night for a strike. The Lone Wolf camp was dead silent. 11 black shadows, ghost-like, gathered silently in the center of the training ground. Each one wore face paint I personally blended to merge them with the night, carried well-crafted crossbows on their backs, had sharp daggers at their waists, and had their thighs tied with pouches filled with black powder and small stones. These were makeshift explosives and smoke bombs I assisted Su Qingxue and Lu Ruyan in crafting with sulfur, saltpeter, and other materials from Sun Dihai storage. Despite being far less potent than modern explosives, in this era of cold weapons, they were enough to create surprising effects. "Is everyone ready?" My low voice carried with precision to each person's ears. "Ready." The 10 responses were uniform and deep, carrying an irrepressible excitement and hunger for blood. After 3 days of devilish training, they had undergone a complete transformation. At this moment, they were like a pack of wolves starved for 3 days, eager to test their claws and fangs on their prey. "Good." I nodded in satisfaction and spread out a carefully crafted, highly detailed map on the ground. Using the faint starlight, I began the final tactical briefing. "Our goal is not to ambush at Eagle Sorrow Cliff, nor is it to march to One Line Sky to die. Our target is here." My finger landed heavily on an inconspicuous little valley on the outskirts of Blackwind Pass. Blackcliff Valley. This is the true forward operating base and granary of the Northern Barbarian troops. I obtained this crucial intel from a captured Northern Barbarian team leader named Badu. Key information that was the crux of my confidence in delivering on the miracle I promised Xiao Yuanshan. Our mission is simple. A cold fire blazed in my eyes. Burn all their supplies. Turn their 70-man raid team, originally planning to ambush our supply lines, into a starving, isolated force. Do you understand? Understood. Blackcliff Valley. True to its name, the valley was encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow passage for entry and exit. The terrain was advantageous for defense and challenging for attacks. At this hour, bonfires glimmered within the valley, tents sprawled across the terrain, and over 100 Northern Barbarian elites were stationed there. Most of them were deep asleep, leaving a few disinterested patrol squads wandering around the camp. To them, this was a no zone for the Great Qian Army, a fortified haven far beyond reach. They believed it impossible for anyone to willingly march to their doom here. What they didn't know was that a group of ghosts from hell had already crept silently to their doorstep. Just outside the valley, a group of shadows blended seamlessly into the night, poised to strike. On a hidden mountain slope, I examined everything in the valley through the monocular telescope I had brought with me from a previous life. The enemy's troop deployment, patrol routes, hidden sentries, and the exact location of their supply tent. Everything was laid out clearly before my eyes. Urgu, Dachui, you two take 3 men and head to the cliffs on the western side. Use ropes to descend and eliminate the 2 sentries stationed there. The rest of you follow me. Remember, we only have the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn. Move out. At my command, 11 figures split into 2 teams, vanishing soundlessly into the pitch-black darkness like bolts of shadowy lightning. 15 minutes later, on the western edge of Black Valley, at an inconspicuous sheer cliff face, Li Urgu and his 3 soldiers held tightly to a thick rope. At the other end of the rope, Wang Dachui's burly figure descended as silently and deftly as a nimble monkey. In the moonlight, the broad-faced man wore an expression of focus and calm that starkly contrasted his rugged appearance. On a small platform at the base of the cliff, 2 North D sentries tasked with keeping guard leaned listlessly against the rocky wall, half asleep. Little did they know, death was silently approaching from above. Wang Dachui reached the space directly overhead, signaled upward briefly, and then released the rope. His body, as massive as a boulder, descended with earth-shattering force. Thud, thud, 2 muffled cracks echoed, bones snapping. The sentries didn't even have the chance to cry out before their necks were brutally broken by the sheer impact, killing them instantly. Rising to his feet, Wang Dachui casually dusted off his hands and gave a thumbs up toward the top of the cliff in the exact approving motion he had learned from me. At the same moment, I had already led Qin Mingyue and the others deep into the heart of the North D encampment like shadows. Our target, the heavily guarded supply tent. Do it. In response to my command, Qin Mingyue shot forward like a streak of lightning in the night. Her dagger traced icy arcs against the moonlit backdrop. Swish, swish. The 4 North D guards posted at the tent entrance didn't even register what was happening before clutching their throats and collapsing silently in pools of their own blood. Thanks to 3 days of grueling training and my personal guidance, her already remarkable assassination skills had ascended to a terrifying new level. Without pausing, I kicked open the supply tent flap. A dense, dry scent of hay and grain hit me as I entered. The enormous tent housed towering mounds of supplies that almost reached the peak of the structure. These provisions were the linchpin of the North D's assault operations. Burn it. My instruction was cold, succinct, decisive. The pre-prepared fire starters were lit in an instant, and fire-soaked arrows loosed into the piles of dry fodder. Whoosh! Flames roared to life like an awakened dragon, devouring the tent in seconds and illuminating half the night sky with its fiery glow. Enemy raid. Fire. Panic screams and alarm whistles erupted throughout Black Valley. Disoriented North D soldiers stumbled out of their tents, many still in nightclothes, only to freeze in utter shock at the inferno consuming their precious supplies. I stood amidst the blaze I had personally orchestrated, my expression unreadable. My line of sight extended past the raging flames to the depths of the valley. There, in front of the largest and most ornate tent, stood a towering North D commander radiating rage. Our ultimate target, the Centurion, Yalu Hong. I locked eyes with him, allowing a faint, icy smirk laced with taunting provocation to curl at the corners of my mouth. Slowly, I raised my longbow and knocked a burning arrow, aiming it pointedly at the stunned commander for all his men to see. In a voice too soft for anyone else to catch, I whispered, "Hey, I brought you a special gift. Do you like it? Do you like it?" The tone of mockery in my words nearly caused Yalu Hong to cough up blood. Like it? He all but cursed my ancestors with the force of his indignation. Southern scum, how dare you? With a roar that shook the heavens, Yalu Hong unsheathed his curved blade. His beast-like eyes burned with a fury fit to devour the world, filled with seething rage and murderous intent. The supplies, those were the lifeline for his 100-man unit for the next half-month. To see them reduced to ash right in front of his eyes, this humiliation was worse than being slapped 100 times across the face. Kill them all, he bellowed like a man possessed. Flaming with wrath, he pointed toward our direction. Capture them. I want their bodies torn to pieces. Rayer. The startled Beatty soldiers snapped back to their senses after a brief moment of chaos. One by one, their bloodshot eyes burned with fury as they swarmed toward the blazing inferno like a raging tide. I didn't even spare them a glance. I released the bowstring. Whoosh! The flaming arrow cut through the air in a brilliant arc drenched in the scent of death, soaring across hundreds of meters before landing with a sharp thunk right in front of Yelu Hong. The arrow's feathered fletching still quivered, and the flames illuminated his twisted, rage-etched face in flickering bursts of light and shadow. This was provocation, blatant, unrestrained, and utterly brazen provocation. Yelu Hong's entire body shook with anger. He opened his mouth to order his men to return fire, only to realize that my shadow and the ghostly forms of my 10 comrades had already vanished, silently fading into the darkness under the cover of smoke and chaos. We came like phantoms, and we left just as mysteriously. All that remained was an all-consuming sea of flames, and a humiliation so deep that Yelu Hong would carry it to his grave, unable to ever wash it away. Retreat. My voice, low and composed, crackled in the ears of every member of the Lone Wolf squad. Big hammer. Ergo, cover the rear. Deploy smoke grenades to block their pursuit routes. Everyone else, follow the original plan and retreat via the cliffside on the west. Yes, sir. The 11 figures operated with flawless coordination, each performing their roles seamlessly without a shred of panic. They resembled a finely tuned killing machine that, having completed its mission, disengaged without any hesitation and vacated the battlefield with precision. Meanwhile, when Yelu Hong and his enraged men finally charged to the provisions tent, they were met with nothing but smoldering ashes and several devilish traps that erupted into thick, acrid smoke. Cough, cough. What the hell is this stuff? My eyes. I can't open my eyes. The dense smoke left the pursuing Beatty soldiers choking and stumbling, their ranks devolving into utter disarray. By the time they managed to stagger out of the haze, we were long gone, leaving nothing behind except for the raging inferno and the impotent, furious cries of the Beatty people. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the Jinbei army camp, a piece of news erupted like a tempest, sweeping through every corner and shaking the entire scouting regiment to its core. The Lone Wolf squad had launched a nighttime raid on Black Mountain Valley. In one fiery stroke, they burned the entire provision stockpile of the Beatty, Songlong, 100-man unit to the ground. Not a single scratch on them. They returned to camp utterly unscathed. The sight of us walking back into camp, covered in the scent of gunpowder and victory, sent the entire regiment into an uproar. Some couldn't believe that 11 men could burn an enemy supplies depot guarded by 100 soldiers. Others exclaimed in awe, declaring this the work of a divine war god. Still, others pounded their chests, lamenting how they lacked the courage to join Lone Wolf and now realized how much they had missed out on. Countless soldiers gazed at the isolated encampment of the Lone Wolf squad with a mixture of reverence, envy, and fervent admiration, their eyes suffused with uncontainable emotion. Inside the command tent of the 1,000-man commander, however, the atmosphere was markedly different. Xiao Yuanshan looked at me, travel-worn but brimming with vitality. His eyes then shifted to the spoils I had presented, several insignias taken directly from fallen Beatty officers, proof enough of their rank and identity. For the first time, an unshakable astonishment broke through his steely expression. He had considered the possibility of my success, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that I would accomplish what he deemed nearly impossible with such flawless precision and artistry. Good, good lad, Xiao Yuanshan exclaimed, slamming a hand down on the table in excitement. His gaze toward me was filled with undisguised appreciation, as if he were admiring a rare and precious gem. Not just a strong military leader. You have the makings of a true commander-in-chief. He picked up the meticulously drawn, impossibly accurate map I had sketched, his thoughts flashing back to the flawless decapitation raid we had executed the previous night. Any doubts in his heart had vanished. This young man's value far exceeded what he had imagined. Well, his bold voice rang like a bell. What reward do you seek? Whatever this general can grant, it shall not be withheld. This was him fulfilling the promise made beforehand. My heart leapt with joy, but my expression remained poised and composed. Bowing deeply, I answered with steady humility. General, I seek no personal reward. Oh, Xiao Yuanshan lifted an eyebrow. Instead, I asked the general to fulfill 3 prior pledges. As I raised my head, my gaze was clear and unwavering. First, I request that the general officially grant myself and the Lone Wolf squad proper military ranks and designations. Second, I ask that my 3 innocent family members have their criminal records expunged and be reinstated as law-abiding citizens. And third, I humbly ask the general to return the Dragonsteel Bright Silver Spear to its rightful owner, the Qin family, to whom it belongs. Each request was reasonable and grounded, without avarice but cutting straight to the core. Xiao Yuanshan regarded me in silence for a long time before bursting into hearty laughter. A laughter full of sincere admiration and gratification. Good. What a man of loyalty and righteousness, neither greedy for wealth nor blinded by ambition. This general approves. He swiftly signed his name with a bold stroke, issuing 3 military orders on the spot. Relay my command. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Scout Lin Feng, resourceful, daring, and courageous. Your surprise night assault on the enemy camp was an unparalleled achievement. Effective immediately, you are officially promoted to squad leader of the Scout Battalion, elevated by 1 rank. You're awarded 100 taels of silver and a steed of exceptional quality. As for the Lone Wolf squad under your command, all 10 members shall be credited with significant merits and each rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The exile status of Su, Qin, and Lu is hereby nullified. From this moment, they are reinstated as citizens in good standing and registered under the military household of the Northern Garrison, where they will receive the Army's protection. The personal weapon of the late Banner Commander Qin Lai, the Silver Spear of Courage, is to be immediately retrieved from the armory and returned to his daughter, Qin Mingyue. One command after another was rapidly issued from the command tent, sending waves of emotion rippling through the Scout Battalion. When the appointment letter naming me as squad leader Lin Feng, along with the weighty 100 taels of silver, was delivered into my hands, when Su Qingxue, Qin Mingyue, and Lu Ruyan received the clean, new household registration documents that would change their fates forever, when Qin Mingyue, after 3 long years, finally held her father's cold, yet achingly familiar, silver spear of courage in her hands once more. This normally indomitable daughter of a military family, whose will was forged in iron, could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. As for me, looking at the hard-won fruits of victory before my eyes, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion swell in my chest. I knew that from this day forward, I had truly planted my feet firmly in this world. I slowly approached Qin Mingyue, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and gazed past her, looking toward the northern sky. Out there, another storm, a far greater one, was already beginning to brew. Seeing the fiery determination in her tear-streaked, reddened eyes, filled with both uncontainable exhilaration and lingering hatred, I spoke with a calm but resolute voice, laden with power. The spear is back. Next, it's time to claim the heads of those who wronged us.